Hii ni hapo.
Another session. That's chaired by Hillary.
Yeah. I think it's even written in fast. Okay. Fast one.
Okay, I wanted to find out if Davis Ombane is here. Davis Ombane. Davis Ombane, not here. Eunice and Eric Kwena. Okay, I request you can set up your presentation. We can start with yours. As they set up, I think the next will be Kefa Simiyu and Kefa Simiyu and Beatrice Mbinya. Are you here? Are you here? Kefa Simiyu and Beatrice Mbinya, not yet here. Then we can check on Zephania. I think you can come in after this presentation. So the order of the presentations, we'll start with those who are already here. Then each presentation will take 10 minutes. Please try to stick to the 10 minutes. Then the plenary questions and comments will come after all the presentations. Okay, so we can start with the first presentation. Please let's be silent. Hello, let's be attentive, please. Karaoke. Silence. Okay. We'll start with the first technical presentation under this sub-theme on inclusive policy and regulatory frameworks. I'm hoping also our rapporteurs are there, Timothy Meti and Stephen Mwinde. Are you here? Rapporteurs? You are rapporteuring with who? Sorry? Where is it? Okay, if you are set, that's good. Okay, let's continue. Okay, we want help in terms of the projection.
Next is Zephania.
Which paper?
Eunice.
Eunice Kwena anaanza competitive music.
This port is not responding. So can you send me this presentation? Only mail.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Eunice Jeru, and my co-author is Eric Kwena. Our topic is on enhancing competitiveness of sunflower oil value chain for wealth and job creation in Kenya. So I'll begin with the presentation. That's the outline of our presentation. And our study is motivated by the status of edible oil value chain in Kenya, which has been having a rising edible oil deficit that surpasses 90%, with an import bill that surpasses 100 billion annually. And the implications have been widened trade deficit, as even observed in the last year's economic survey that had a 2.5 increasing deficit, with edible oil being the greatest contributor. There is also exposure of consumers to global price volatility and strained foreign exchange. There have been government efforts towards improving the edible oil crops value chain, and sunflower emerges to have the highest potential to offer the remedy to the prevailing problems, because it has high resiliency in terms of being able to thrive in both arid and semi-arid areas. It also has short maturity of 3 to 4 months, and also healthy benefits compared to other oilseed crops. It also manifests strong industrial potential, and looking at the global space, it is the third world oilseed and protein meal production. It is the third in the world oilseed and protein meal production, and fourth in the vegetable oils production, which means it has been able to maintain its competitiveness. In terms of production, sunflower is concentrated in Europe, with Russia and Ukraine occupying like over 50%, while the rest of the countries hold the rest of the remaining percentage. And this exposes countries to supply shocks and creates vulnerability to countries that, like Kenya, that depends on imports. Looking at the Africa, there's over 40% dependency of edible oils at lunch, and sunflower production from Africa is only 5.5%, with the leading producers also concentrated in Southeast Africa, with leaders being South Africa, Tanzania, and Uganda. This indicates also their prevailing challenges to do with the productivity and low productivity and weak processing capacity, which means there is a regional demand that is still unmet. So the objectives of this study were to map the sunflower oil value chain in Kenya and identify the actors, roles, linkages, and constraints, to assess the competitiveness of the sunflower oil value chain subsector for wealth and job creation, and to draw transferable lessons from collaborator countries, which are Tanzania and Sudan, and aspirator countries, which are South Africa and Ukraine. Looking at the status of sunflower oil in Kenya, it has been receiving negligible policy attention, given that it was revived in 2022 by the Agricultural Food Authority, Nuts and Oil Crops Directorate, whereby the country was able to experience a significant rise in production, though it is still low compared to other countries. Looking at the sunflower, in terms of production, it takes 78% of the 13 scheduled nuts and oilseed crops, indicating its potential. Well, when we look at now the processed oils, sunflower takes as a share of 1% of the edible oils, which means there is a gap in terms of processing. Kenya imports crude sunflower oil, and it ranks second. It has been ranking second consecutively after oil palm. And though it is a small percentage, it has a significant value that surpasses 1 billion since 2021. Looking at the export, Kenya has been exporting sunflower seeds to Africa region, but there's also potential for exporting oils and meals to Africa and beyond. These are some policies that exist and there are gaps in terms of focus. There are no specific sunflower prioritization policies since they are general, and also there have been some weak coordination and enforcement of rules and regulations pertaining to have contributed to the constraints. This study is grounded on Porter's value chain theory, which focuses on value chain activities and examining actor linkages, emphasizing on value addition, market competitiveness, while promoting employment creation. There have been studies that have been done, and they have indicated that there is weak coordination, low processing capacity, and poor infrastructure, which are the key constraints to the sunflower value chain, development. Also, from the evidence from the experiences in other countries that we compared with, they showed that it is important to build on aggregation systems, synth technology, and industrial upgrading. While these studies have been conducted, most of them are in other countries, while there is limited comprehensive study on Kenya's sunflower oil value chain, on value chain competitiveness, which now this study seeks now to dig into. The analytical framework, the study uses Porter's value chain analysis framework, which helped us examine how actors support the value chain activities, the activities they undertake, and how they contribute to competitiveness, value addition, with 2 case studies from Homa Bay and Bungoma counties. 54 respondents were interviewed across the value chains, including farmers, aggregators, processors, traders, and key informants, who included officers from the county and other key relevant institutions. There was also now the comparator countries, which are Tanzania and Sudan, and aspirator, South Africa and Ukraine. The sampling was purposive. From the mapping of the sunflower value chain in Homa Bay and Bungoma counties, this was how the flow of the sunflower value chain took shape. From after input suppliers, the input suppliers were NGOs, county governments, and agro dealers. Then we end the farmers who engaged in activities. And after farmers harvested, the first channel was they sold to the local market. Then the produce got to the consumer. Then another channel was through aggregators and farmer groups, who now sold to processors of takers and finally to the consumers. And then the other channel was farmers selling directly to the processors, who are small and medium scale, and finally to the consumers. I'll go directly to the findings. Under the input supply node, we established that these were the key input suppliers, and farmers mainly, and the level involved certified seeds, fertilizers, agrochemicals, labor, land, and extension services. We established that farmers in both counties were able to utilize certified seeds under the government intervention, which is called the Edible Oil Crop Promotion Project. However, there were concerns of low seed germination rates, there was shortage of hybrid seeds, and limited last mile access to certified seeds. Also, farmers rarely used fertilizers due to high cost. We also established that the node created indirect employment to transporters, distributors, amongst others. And also there was low seed multiplication and limited extension services to farmers. The production node, we established that farmers were engaged in that node, and sunflower was a dominant crop. We established this among the sampled population. When we established which crops they cultivate, sunflower was among the most preferred because of its advantages. And also we established that Homa Bay and a larger area of cultivation, which was consistent with other statistics. We established that the level created jobs in both counties, with Homa Bay having the highest number of people employed. the employment cut across women, men, and youth, and it is shown that there's inclusive rural employment potential and also for economic empowerment. Constraints at this node included drought, stress to farmers, which affected the critical flowering of sunflowers. There was also pest diseases, band attacks, and limited access to finance for expansion. All these challenges reduced the yields and oil content, thereby constraining the competitiveness of the value chain. Aggregation, we established that farmer groups and processors were involved in the activities indicated, and this node also created jobs. We established that also in Homa Bay the jobs were more because there was a better, stronger aggregation than Bungoma. Constraint in this node was that there was absence of strong cooperatives, which undermined access to finance by farmers. And this resulted into inadequate storage, fragmented aggregation, and another constraint was inefficient market coordination, including the poor rural infrastructure, which reduced the value chain capture. So the aggregators in Homa Bay had more value because of the processor serving as an aggregator. At the processing node, it was carried out by small and medium scale processors, and we established that the processors, they either bought scenes to press oil and sell, or they pressed oil for the farmers and charged them a fee. And this node indicated potential for value addition and industrial employment. As shown also, there was higher jobs in Homa Bay because of the reasons previously mentioned. And this node had men and youth dominance because we established that most of the machines were run by, or most of the activities carried out at processing level were carried out by men and youth. The sector presented an opportunity for economic, it shows that there is additional also opportunities through byproducts, which include oil cake. Constraints at this level included limited quality standards compliance by SMEs, processors, inadequate or limited access to finance, and formal market penetration, which all undermined the competitiveness. Under marketing node, farmers, traders, processors, retailers, and household consumers were involved. This node indicated that it was fragmented and informal. There was weak market coordination and absence of structured pricing systems, which led to exploitation by brokers and middlemen. There was limited branding, packaging, certification, and quality assurance of the pressed oil, which prevented entry into the market, such as supermarkets. There was also limited finance and technical capacity, resulting from low commercializations. The node also created and potential for job creation. In conclusion, the sunflower oil value chain presents a strong potential for import substitution, rural incomes, and agro-industrial development. This is due to the increasing demand and government interventions, providing an opportunity for the subsector's expansion. Despite this, we have noted that the sector is constrained by low productivity, inconsistent supply of raw materials, weak aggregation systems, capacity underutilization, and fragmented institutional coordination. Both counties indicate potential for inclusive employment opportunities, since we've seen that women and youth also participated in work. They also, given now the current scale of activities, it indicates that it is inadequate to fully exploit the value chain potential. Results from comparator and aspirator experiences show that stronger cooperatives, better aggregation, improved market access for Tanzania, Sudan, irrigation support leading to higher productivity, and also stable raw material supply. For South Africa, there is advanced seed technology, mechanized processing, and strong agro-industrial development. Ukraine, export-oriented industry, large processing capacity, and strong value addition policies. So these experiences indicate that there is strong 1 minute. There's strong potential, it is possible to achieve competitiveness of sunflower value chain through integrated support systems that combine all aspects of the value chain. And so upscaling of the competitiveness of Kenya's value chain requires moving beyond isolated production focused initiatives to a comprehensive value chain approach that simultaneously strengthens all sectors. Hence, there is need for development of a coordinated sunflower strategy to improve value addition, increase domestic edible oil production, reduce import dependency, and increase employment opportunities along the value chain. So some of the recommendations I just mentioned, there's need to strengthen seed systems and improve productivity, develop aggregation and farmer cooperative systems, promote SME value addition and processing, strengthen market coordination and price incentives, improve quality standards and regulatory enforcement, establish coordinated institutional framework, promote sunflower value chain job creation, and finally, develop a coordinated sunflower strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate Eunice again. Yeah, although you have taken 15 minutes instead of the maximum 10 minutes, so I'm hoping the next presenters will be able to keep time more strictly. Just tell us what's the motivation for this study, the objectives, highlight of the objectives, and the methodology in terms of how you have, maybe if you have done any, what kind of data you have used. Yeah, then just go to the findings and the recommendations. I hope with that we'll be able to keep maximum 10 minutes. I think next can be, let me check. Zephania? As Zephania present, I'm not sure whether the other presenters have managed to arrive. Davis Ombane? Sorry? Yeah, sorry? He's not around. Then Kefa Simiyu and Beatrice Mbinya? Not yet? Okay, we give you 10 minutes. Zephania, I think he's setting up his presentation. Please, if you have any comments, just note them down so that at the end we can post those questions, comments, and even suggestions to the presenters.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Zephania Musamba, and my co-author is David Ngunga. I'm here to present on the topic enhancing productivity and competitiveness in Kenya's tomato value chain. And the outline is as given. So just a quick highlight. I would want to talk about just a quick highlight as I proceed. Like as you can see, globally tomato is 180 million tons of tomato is produced globally, where 40% of it goes into processing into various products. As you can see, tomato paste leads in terms of processed products. Some of the leading countries is China, the USA, Turkey, and Iran. And the key point as to why they are leaders is that they have efficient logistics, cold storage systems, as well as processed industries that are well developed. When it comes to Kenya, Kenya contributes about 0.3% of the global output or production of tomato, and this generates about 21 billion annually in terms of Kenya shillings. And when it comes to the overall horticultural GDP, it contributes about 14%. Most of the farmers are small-scale farmers, as it was also found by by the studies of KNBS. When it comes to the county analysis, we have 4 counties in Kenya, that is Kirinyaga, Taita Taveta, Machakos, and Kajiado, accounting for a third of the national output. When it comes to the market, we have market that is dominated by brokers, mainly informal, and this is likely to limit the bargaining power of and this is likely to limit the bargaining power of the farmers. When it comes to the issues of extension services, Kenya currently has a ratio of 1:193, as compared to the recommended 1:400 extension officer to farmer. And this is quite low for us as a country. And in terms of processing, we can only process about 10% of our tomato, and the rest is consumed fresh. On the policy issue, we are simply saying that despite the tomato farming having a high potential in improving farmer incomes as well as the food security in the country, there are so many inefficiencies along the value chain, some of them being low yields, high production costs, as well as the high cost of inputs and management of post-harvest losses. When it comes to the market, we have highlighted earlier that it is dominated by brokers, middlemen, and remain informal. And this is likely to reduce farmers' bargaining power. These are some of the policy frameworks that we have been able to highlight to help us be able to put this into context. Under the status, tomato generally is consumed in terms of fresh tomato. It can as well be converted to seeds for propagation. We have feeds, as well as other uses. And when you look at the graph, you can see that in Kenya, there are no processed tomato, and there are also no tomato that is used as seeds. So meaning our tomato, majority of our tomato production goes into consumption as fresh tomato. And this is likely to really affect our tomato because we cannot be able to add any value. So in terms of production, you can see Kenya from 2014 to 2024, we have had a very high production of tomato in between 2020 and 2021. And you all remember this was the time we have COVID, whereby most of the people were back at home, so they were focusing on the production. When it comes to the acreage, it has not been really volatile. You could see it's ranging from the low of 24 to the high of 31. On productivity, this is where we really need to focus, because we would want to see as a country whether we are able to maximize the lands that we have, or even the farming techniques that we are going to use. When you look at it from 2017 all through to 2025 as given, you can see that the highest productivity or the highest productivity that we have ever had is 32.21 metric tons per acre. Meaning, like when you compare ourselves to other countries that are doing well, of which I think I'll be able to show, Kenya is not really competitive when it comes to the productivity. County-wise, when you look at it county-wise, we have counties that are really doing well, going to a high of 29 or even to 30 metric tons per acre. So still on the comparative analysis, when you compare Kenya to other countries, we have countries that are really doing well when it comes to productivity. Like a country like Morocco is producing about 100 metric tons per acre. Compared to Kenya, which is only producing in that year, 2024, is only producing about 18 metric tons per hectare. So on the prices of tomato, our prices have always been determined by the production level, or even sometimes the weather conditions that are there. So you can see the latest that we have, that is 2024. The kilogram of tomato was going for about 66 shillings. So on monthly, this one was given by, we can find this data from Economic Survey 2026, whereby you can find that the month of March is usually the month that we produce a lot of tomato in Kenya. So, and this goes well with the weather patterns that we know in our country. So let me focus on this one a bit because this is very, very important when it comes to the contribution of tomato to household food. When you look at it, look at the Nairobi lower income level, you can look at the middle income, the upper income level, the rest of urban and Kenya. When you look at it, tomato compared to other crops, such as carrots, onion that you all use at home, tomato is really contributing the highest in terms of household consumption. So meaning tomato is very, very key in our daily lives and even in the food that we eat. So in terms of imports, Kenya, when you look at it from 2015 all through to 2024, we can see that there are no exports in Kenya all those years back. So, but starting in 2018, we have started exporting from 4 metric tons to about 46. That is in 46 metric tons. That is in 2024, as given. So imports, we have always imported tomatoes, meaning we are not producing enough for our domestic consumption. On the literature review, this is the theoretical part. These are some of the theories that we have been able to highlight to help us be able to model some of these. Sorry. Okay, let me try my best. These are some of the studies that I've been able to look at. We have been looking at issues to do with production, post-harvest losses, market coordination, and the studies that we have looked at as given. When it comes to our variables that we are looking at, these are the variables that we have. And the study adopted the mixed methods approach, combining both qualitative and quantitative. And we have case studies of two counties, that is Kirinyaga and Machakos. And to be able to achieve our objectives, we have been able to list on how we are approaching each of the 2 objectives to be able to achieve. Let me just rush into how we have been able to achieve the 2 objectives. So the mapping, the first objective was to map the actors within the value chain. And this is how we have been able to map. This one was borrowed from that study with some other modification based on what we have been able to find from the 2 counties that we have visited. Some of the findings here, like from Kirinyaga and Machakos counties, when you look at various stages or the various nodes, we are able to find that when you look at the supply node, we have a very high cost of inputs. Like when you look at the seeds per acre is going to, a farmer is going to spend about 21,000. When it comes to fertilizer and some other things like labor, they are even going a bit higher. When you look at labor, it's going up to 36,000 per acre of cultivation. So when it comes to production, most of the, or majority of our farmers are cultivating between 1 to 3 acres of land. And then in terms of employment potential, when you look at harvesting, it's carrying the huge, or weeding, it's carrying the huge employment potential at 26.35%. And so others, as you can see, when it comes to the jobs, the types of jobs, we have permanent jobs leading at 46.65%. And this one is explained by the ownership of the farms that are being cultivated. The usage, I think we have been able to highlight that there are no processed tomato in Kenya. Exports also in the 2 counties are not found. When it comes to post-harvest losses, most of our losses are coming from the market supply. We have market gluts, that is oversupply of tomato, whereby the markets are being flooded and most of these tomatoes goes into waste. On marketing, we have seen that the farm gate prices of tomato, farmers are selling it at the low of, or especially the low seasons. They can go up to 20 shillings per kilogram of tomato. At high seasons, they can go up to 57.2. On the retail, when you go to the retail, on the low season, they go up to 63.5 shillings per kilogram. On the high, it can go up to 24 shillings per kilogram. When it comes to the trends and exports, I think I've been able to highlight this, so I'm not going to take much time on this one again. We have been also able to do some gross margin analysis based on the data that we have been able to collect from the 2 our case studies. So when you have 1 acre of, when you till 1 acre of tomato, sorry. So we have been able to capture all those stages or all those nodes and what the activities that happens. And we have been able to find that in the long run, a farmer is likely to get a net income of about 492,000. That is by based on the data that we have been able to collect. So in conclusion, we have realized that there is an untapped potential for tomato farming. Issues of high cost of inputs, as I have been able to highlight, the issues of post-harvest losses. There's also policy gaps whereby there are no specific policy targeting the tomato, despite the fact that there are so many other policies that are targeting on agriculture or even the larger horticultural farming. In terms of employment, we have been able to find that there is need for mechanization of tomato farming, and this is likely to create jobs, especially for the youths, because we know there is a perception. Okay, just 1 minute I complete. There is a perception that agriculture, or generally, is of low status, low income, as well as it's labor intensive, and this is likely to drive away the youth. So by mechanizing it, it's likely to make the youths have an impression that it's a technology driven sector, and as well as it's a commercially attractive. And these are some of the recommendations that we recommend, and that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, let's appreciate. I think I've taken how many extra minutes? About 2.5 extra minutes, better than the first presentation. I'm hoping as we progress, we can improve on time saving. As I've said, please just note down your comments if you have any comments or even suggestions for the others. I think these are among some of our young professionals. I think they have about, they still have some time to refine these papers. So I don't know when, I was informed there was someone who, one of the presenters who is to do it online. I think the person coordinating the online person seems to have stepped out. Let me check if there is any other person. Kefa Simiyu and Beatrice Mbinya, any information about that? And then Davis Ombane. I was informed that Cynthia Muniva will be presenting online. Do we have any person who is communicating with Cynthia? Are you able to? Oh, that's Cynthia. Okay, we'll be having presentation online from Cynthia. So we'll give Cynthia, if you are ready, we'll give you 10 minutes to do the presentation. Then any comments, questions, or suggestions from the audience will be at the end of all the presentations in a short while.
Is my presentation visible?
We can hear you, but we are not. Yes, now please put it on the presentation mode and go to the first. Yes, put it on the presentation mode. Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay. You have about 10 minutes to present. Please continue.
All right, thank you. My name is Muniva Mutinda from Kenyatta University, and what I am sharing is part of my PhD thesis on implication of Kenyan trade policy on socio-economic outcomes of women traders in Nairobi value chains. So I'll be taking us through introduction, theoretical and literature review. I don't know, there is an echo. Is it possible to control the echo? So I'll be taking us through outline, introduction, the outline is introduction, theoretical and literature review, methodology, findings and discussion, policy recommendations, and we have the references. So on the introduction, we realize that trade has been a key driver into economic development in terms of creation of employment and elevation of poverty. Women do comprise of over 60% of informal traders in Kenya, according to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Though we have this great number, we still have them having challenges in terms of limited capital, regulatory barriers, access, and among others. The Kenya National Trade Policy comes in to leverage inclusivity in trade for women, but even with the policy and its recommendation, I don't know, the echo is really disturbing. Is it possible? Someone can you?
Yes, you're audible. Please just continue and let us know if the echo is still there.
Okay.
Hi, Cynthia. Sorry, Cynthia, you have 3 minutes. And because of the interruptions of echo, I'll add you 2 minutes. So we have a maximum of 5 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you. so financing, infrastructure, and regulatory, whereby it will be kind of a package coordinated between the county government and also development partners.
Cynthia, your time is up.
For future research, we may explore microarray spaces in other urban centers and also assess long-term impacts of targeted interventions on women economic empowerment. These are some of the references. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia. Let's appreciate Cynthia. Okay, I think for the first session, for the presenters who are here, I think we have had three presentations. So at this point, we'll open up for, because of the interest of time, perhaps 10 minutes. If you have any questions, comments, and suggestions for the three presenters, so kindly raise your hand, and as you give your comment, questions, or suggestions for the benefit of the presenters and also those who are online, you kindly mention your name and you give your question, comment, or suggestion. Any person? If you have any questions, comment, suggestion. Yeah, the authors will, I'm sure they'll appreciate your suggestions, comment, or anything, or even a word of appreciation about the three papers. Sorry? Yeah, there is a hand from our colleague at KIPRA, Victor Mose.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And thank you for the presenters. I think I don't have a lot to say about the presentations which have been made. I will avoid to give a comment for the first presentation, being an advisor. So whatever mistake is there, I'll leave it. Now for the second one, there's something which struck me when Zephaniah was presenting, and he said that the value chain is dominated by brokers. And I was very keen to see whether he's following up that issue to the end, that is makes a recommendation on how to do, what to do with the brokerage. I know it was at the introduction, but that was when you're presenting at policy level, that can be a very key issue. As I say that, I just want also you to perhaps consider looking at it from a different lens. They may not be brokers, but they may be value chain developers. Depending on what they do, for you to qualify them as being brokers, sometimes it's very difficult for farmers to reach the market, and therefore brokerage becomes, in insurance, brokerage is a professional and is actually regulated. So you need to see how you can best approach that issue from a policy perspective, and what recommendation you are making towards that. One of the ways to do that is having cooperatives to break the chain of brokerage. But if brokerage is actually building up the value chain, then you need to appreciate it in a positive end. For the last presentation from the university, I saw a recommendation about a single permit. I think that's already done. So as I say this, I therefore want to say, in all our work which you do in research, what is this one thing you are bringing out of your research which is a game changer? And this usually comes from your wow results, the one which you, a surprise result from your analysis, you say like, oh, this is happening, and therefore you're able to change, because research is about value addition. How do you add value into these value chains? Through research, what is it that you're going to recommend to make the industry or that value chain change? Otherwise, if you say things which are already there, then there was no need for us to do research, and perhaps there was no problem. So I think that's the contribution. Otherwise, these are quite improved approaches to your research, and good work.
Thank you, Victor Mose, our colleague at KIPRA, for those insights. Any additional comments, questions at the end of the day? And then at the end, I'll give each presenter perhaps 10 minutes to respond to any questions. Any hand up? Yeah, perhaps from my side, one or two things. Adan should be also chairing this session. Maybe I'll start with the last presentation from Cynthia about the Kenya trade policy. I think an interesting area. For policy also, a number of times we are also from the policy perspective, we are interested in inclusivity of the policy. Yeah, I have a number of questions or thought around this. One is first, I think that there are, in terms of the methodology, there was the aspect of the key informant interviews. But okay, first let me start with the Kenya National Trade Policy. Now we have the policy at the national level, but we also have policies at the county level. Say maybe the Nairobi City County policies around matters of trade. So in terms of what, what measures have the authors or has the study considered in ensuring that there's no commingling or mixing up of issues of the Kenya National Trade Policy and county level policies in terms of the methodology. Then maybe the author, the presenter, can also shed some light. Because these people operating at the informal, in the informal market, they really understand the provisions of the policies. Yeah. So you, from the research perspective, perhaps you have looked at the policy, the contents of the policy, but now the people operating in the industry, the traders, they know perhaps maybe some of the things that are being enforced, but they may not have a clear understanding of the content of the policies. So in terms of, from the research process point of view, perhaps maybe some insight in terms of how this study has attempted or tried to bridge that gap in terms of what is in the policy versus what is in the knowledge of the respondents. Then, perhaps I think of interest is also the drivers or the contributing factors around why more women are operating informally. I think if I remember, about 60% of them are women. But I think what comes to my mind, perhaps women partly are engaged in multiple roles outside the business, perhaps household responsibilities. But I think it's good. It will be interesting to hear from the author of this work. Then the paper, I think, by Zephania on the tomato value chain. Yeah, I think interesting also. In terms of, given that 90% of it, as per the presentation, is consumed fresh, and only 10% is processed, and I think that is that means there are, from the policy perspective, especially in terms of the welfare of the participants in the value chain, that might make it more prone to perhaps post-harvest losses and also volatility in the market. In the market prices. Yeah, I may not have much on that, but on the one for the sunflower value chain, again, the motivation, I think, is convincing, but I think at some point along the value chain, along the presentation, there was an indication that sunflower oil accounts for about 1% of the edible oils or something like that. So I think at that point, then somebody will start wondering, if it's only 1%, then why is it so important? Yeah, maybe just something to reflect on. Thank you. I think with that we can have 30 seconds to 1 minute maximum response from each of the authors. Cynthia, we can start with you.
The measures that were put to ensure that planning policy. So when that is out, then now we can be able to investigate that. The other thing on understanding the people of the policy, basically people will not be in a position most of the time to understand a policy if it is not disseminated or rather discussed to them. The objectives or the small objectives of the policy or declarations or whatever in the policy that fits them, that is what they understand. For instance, this policy when it talks about financing, now this is covered in the inclusivity financing aspects like the Women Fund, Universal Fund, and the other inclusivity funds that we've been able to see. So those are the aspects that we look at in the market in terms of their understanding. And the other concern was why women, majority of the women are in the informality. Some of the things that we were able to realize is one key issue is about startup capital, incubation of their businesses, and also the capital to continue boosting and also meeting every other regulatory requirement that is expected. And also the fact of that the infrastructure cannot contain them. For instance, when we look at the markets, they be mostly out there, for instance, speaking in Komba market and also Wakulima, where they are totally congested. You realize they cannot find space inside the market. They sell their wares just outside the market, and that they pay sales instead of license, which brings about formalization of their businesses. So those are some of the aspects, and sure, I do appreciate for the comments, and I'll be able to look at them in details.
Thank you, Cindy. I think those issues, even in the common session in the morning, there was a speaker from ILO. I think they touched on those aspects of as we develop value chains, we have to be considerate of those factors. So I think any response from Eunice? Are you still?
No. Okay. From the second presentation, that was from Musamba and I'm David. Would like to appreciate your insights and from Victor on the use of brokers as value chain developers. On the main document, it has been captured on our recommendations. And on the issue of 90%, where we consume 90% of the tomatoes as and 10% processed, it has also been taken care of on the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. The presentation by Eunice Njero and Eric Kwena. Any? You're still here? Yes. Please pass on the mic. 30 seconds.
All right. So the 1%, it is the share of edible oil imports, share of sunflower in the edible oil imports. We import crude oil at 1%, though with a significant bill that surpasses 1 billion. Maybe it was an oversight, we didn't indicate the imports. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, for the first part of this technical session that I'm chairing, I think that's the end. As I conclude and hand over to the next, I think, chair, who will be Jacob Nato. I just also want to emphasize what Victor said in terms of policy research. Please thoroughly look at what the government is already doing. Then what are the gaps, such that either maybe something that is not being done, or if there is an ongoing intervention, perhaps there are some weaknesses around it. Yeah, just broadly reflect on that. So I think I can hand over to Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Adan Shibia, for that wonderful session. And thank you for chairing very well. And thank you to all the presenters and the discussions that have arisen so far. So welcome to our next session. We are going now to the second session. And this session also will have 3 paper presentations according to the program. The first one is aligning human capital with economic pillars of education, skills development, and capacity building for Kenya's Vision 2030. So this one will be done by Anastasia Awor Okoth. Yes. Yeah, sorry, I have the old program, so we are just trying to confirm.
Here.
Oh. Maybe I may need the latest program. Yeah. But anyway, it's okay. Yeah, just a minute, members. We are trying to sort out 1 or 2 issues. Just be patient. Yeah, just 1 minute. Sorry, we apologize for that. Just 1 minute. We are trying to sort out a program issue. So meanwhile, as they sort out, Korodi, are you ready? You are ready, Korodi? Okay, Michael, are you ready? Where is Michael? Yeah, just wait, Korodi. I'll call upon you. We are just confirming. Yeah, just be patient. Yeah, just a minute. We are trying to sort out an issue on the program. Is yours the latest program? my machine has no power, so I'm just totally shut down like any other person. Yeah, sorry, do not walk out. We are just sorting out an issue.
Even me, I'm not supposed to be here today, but because it's mchanganyiko, just present. Ukichoka, we'll look for another person.
I was supposed to do that one for Kila Anastasia, so I don't know. It's today. After lunch. Okay. So, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Zainabo, and thank you, colleagues. So, thank you. I think now I've been guided well. We shall have 2 paper presentations before lunch. So we shall have Korodi Ekadeli. Korodi Ekadeli will present a paper titled Kenya's Tea Value Chain, Structure, Competitiveness and Constraints, Potential of Kenya's Cotton, Textile and Apparel Value Chain, a Global Value Chain Analysis Approach. So I think those are the 2 papers. So I would kindly request that kindly take, is it 10 minutes? How long are we giving them? 10. Yeah, kindly take 10 minutes to make your presentation so that we can have a more adequate time for the discussions. So let's start with Korodi, and then after Korodi, Dennis and Winnie will follow. Welcome, Korodi. You can have the mic.
Good afternoon. Myself and my colleague Tadayo, I think, is lost in this Mombasa weather. We're presenting on Kenya's tea value chain, the structure, competitiveness, and constraints to value capture. So from the introduction, we are saying tea remains a cornerstone in Kenya's economy, contributing to 2% of agricultural GDP and 23% of total foreign exchange earnings, and supports approximately 5 million people directly or indirectly. And at the production stage of tea farming, it's dominated by smallholder farmers, approximately 60%, with the rest being taken over by the large-scale estates. Then processing, of course, is centralized around KTDA and the private factories, the large-scale estates, those ones. In 2024, the country, Kenya, exported a total of 625,558 metric tons and earned $1.4 billion US. Just a figure behind the numbers that were earned by China and Sri Lanka in 2024. That's according to ITC 2025. But you see, despite this success and actually command in the global market, our tea, you can see, has not translated into proportionate economic returns to the farmers and the processing farms. And most of the value is actually captured elsewhere, between packaging, blending, especially in areas outside the Kenyan highlands, those in the west and east of the rift. So our study, the objectives were those ones: mapping the tea value chain to identify bottlenecks that limit value capture in all the nodes, and then, of course, assessing the Kenya's tea competitiveness beyond the volume advantage that we have, because we are actually one of the largest producers in terms of volume in the world. And then we'll go ahead to identify policy, institutional, market constraints to upgrading and value addition. So that's the literature review. Our study was mostly qualitative and analytical approach that we used to examine Kenya's tea value chain, its competitiveness and the constraints to the value capture. We use a descriptive research design to provide an integrated understanding of how the tea sector is structured and how different actors interact within the chain. And then we use the Porter's Diamond model to assess the competitiveness of the sector beyond its traditional reliance on the production volumes. So that's the value chain map all the way from at the production level, the quality that is put, the value in terms of research, in terms of agrochemicals, extension services. Although the challenge now from the farmers, they say most of the time, these agrochemicals delays and fertilizers as well. And even at the county level, the extension officers do not even show up in most cases. And even those that show up, their capacity in terms of offering this service is not felt. So that's actually a big constraint to value at this stage. And then after that, at the processing level in the factory, after now transporting this tea to the factory where the CTC processing is done, there's little about in terms of technology, mechanization and all that. It's only used in offices, processing papers, but not actually in tea. Then so after this tea is actually packed and transported in bulk actually, because it's not processed. We don't process it here. We don't blend and pack and all that. So we bring it to the Mombasa auction. Mombasa auction in here, the channel. So at this stage is where now our tea is auctioned, where direct exports is done to the outside market and all that. So the challenge here when tea is actually transported in bulk, it is the same way. Almost our 90 to 95% of our tea is actually transported to the external market in bulk. So there is little value that is done. We don't do a lot of packaging. We don't do any blending and what have you. And we are able to ask factory managers where that is not done, because they are saying our over-reliance on traditional markets is like they do not trust our way of blending and packaging and what have you. And the only solution could be exploring new markets so that we'll be able to do pack our tea and blend and do all that value thing and take it there. So it's actually a big challenge because the transportation back is a big problem there. So at the production level, in terms of those numbers in the country, the west of the Rift enjoys a lot of acreage in terms of planting as compared to the east of the Rift. Of course, I've said CTC dominates, where over 95% of total output over the first 5 years is actually what is produced, and there is little investment in specialty teas. This one, the orthodox, the green and purple tea that is actually making the other countries, China and Sri Lanka, to accrue a lot of foreign exchange earnings. So at the production level, another challenge which I had not mentioned were probably the issues of high labor costs, because we realize farmers mostly rely on family labor, and where this other labor is considered. So like pluckers are paid according to this money here, 8 to 12 shillings per kg, which is actually the same amount is paid by KTDA at some point. So in some cases where this goes beyond the farm gate prices, if you realize the farmers do not get any profits. And of course the issues of climate whether it is droughts or heavy rains, this one which in particular, which even washes away the little fertilizer that was given to the farmer. And then of course there is issue of weak post-harvest handling. There are a lot of delays in transporting the green leaf from the buying centers to the factory, and sometimes when they stay there for long, leads to scorching, and of course which deteriorates the quality of the tea, and you know what that means. So later lower prices of the tea. Processing level, that is what I mentioned there. I'll maybe mention the key challenges at this stage, which are high operational costs in terms of energy, terms of in car on the road as they transport the tea. And then there is, of course, technology and mechanization gap. China supplied 374, but was able to earn 142, and Sri Lanka the same. For us, we supplied the same and hand almost the same with this country. So it's a problem of value that we need to do. And then, of course, Mombasa tea auction price volatility is also an issue, and this is also affecting the farmer. You can see at the primary marketing channel, the price trends as shown. There's a lot of correction, stagnation, and all that, which exposes, which means it exposes us to, of course, market volatility. We are so at risk of that. And then at the marketing level, on the issue of our reliance on export, we consume so little domestically as compared to the other countries. Like less than 10% is what we consume locally. And if you look at consumption per capita, you look at Kenya, Kenyans don't even consume a kilo of tea in a year. And yet in those other countries, they consume incredible numbers. So like there is a gap, like even if we invest so much in maybe local consumption, we'll be able to accrue much than even what we get from outside. Potters Diamond model in terms of competitiveness, we're looking at those 4 factors: the factor conditions, demand related, and farm strategy and all that. That is the Potters model. In terms of factor conditions, there are those issues there. Of course, the sector is so much dominated by smallholder farmers, 650,000 farmers, organized through KTDA. There's, of course, strong institutional input base developed by KTDA network, extension, logistics, and all that, research-driven productivity, and of course, pressure-driven upgrading that's mostly on rising costs, land constraints, and all, and climate issues, which push efficiency improvements. On demand conditions or issues I've mentioned, okay, on weak domestic demand, we had mentioned that, and then export-dependent demand structure, so the farms respond to external preferences instead of building local competitiveness. And then related and supporting industries, you'll be able to see all that. Farm strategy, structure, and rivalry. There's limited strategic diversification. We are not so much leaning towards, premium tea segments, like the purple tea and the rest. Governance, those ones. In terms of constraints to value, bulk tea exports. And then, of course, inconsistency in our policy, and sometimes they're also unpredictable and causes a lot of problems in terms of that. And then, of course, high costs is an issue right now in the country. And then institutional constraints, fragmented governance, KTDA, Tea Board of Kenya, FAA, counties, and there's little coordination among the agencies. And of course, what I mentioned about the capacity of the officers on the ground to give extension services. And then, of course, low technology adoption. We all know of the case in Kericho, where it brought issues. Then market constraints, of course, over-reliance on few export markets, like those ones. And then our auction system, Mombasa here, actually reinforces bulk trade. And then there are so many barriers to specialty tea markets in terms of high certification costs. Policy recommendations. So on the issue of heavy reliance on bulk tea exports, we said like you enforce the 40% value addition requirement. In terms of prices, of course, because of limited inputs and weak extension, we're saying scale up extension services. And then high labor costs related to tea prices, we're saying promote labor saving technologies and productivity enhancing practices. And of course, the responsible actors are there and suggested timelines. Climate vulnerability, we're saying we could promote climate smart agriculture, including clones that are actually climate sensitive, and all that we would be able not to save ourselves from such. And then weak post-harvest handling and logistics, investment in efficient green leaf transportation system, which also includes, of course, the red road network and all that, and maybe the promptness to respond to this. Then high energy cost, of course. We're saying maybe a transition to renewable energy, biomass, solar, and all that could be able to service in this. And then over dependence on a few export markets, diversify, obviously, export markets to other markets. Also maybe leverage on the African free trade area. Weak domestic tea consumption, that is an issue we can only promote domestically through campaigns and, it's a culture issue. And then limited development of specialty and premium teas, support production and marketing of orthodox green, purple, and specialty teas because it's low right now. Asante sana.
Oh, it's working. Thank you. Thank you, Zainabu. So thank you so much, Korodi, for that wonderful presentation. I think, colleagues, you've heard what the team has done in terms of Kenya's tea value chain, focusing on the structure, the competitiveness, and also constraints to value capture. So I think we now want to open it up for plenary so that, I hope that's the right way to go. Do we do all the presentations or we go? Okay, sawa, thank you. So I'm well guided. So I think as you reserve your comments for Korodi, let us now do the second presentation, and then during plenary we shall give opportunity for both. So Dennis, are you ready? Dennis and Winnie. Oh, they are not. Zainabu, are they really around? Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm told Anastasia will be presenting online. So this is, I think this is Anastasia Awor Okoth. So yes, the slide is already there. So Anastasia will present a paper titled Aligning Human Capital with Economic Pillars of Education, Skills Development, and Capacity Building for Kenya's Vision 2030. Yeah, so Anastasia, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so we are requesting that you take 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, so welcome.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be in the 9th KIPRA Annual Regional Conference. So I couldn't make it to Mombasa because I had commitments here in Rift Valley National Polytechnic in Nakuru. So my title is Strengthening Kenyan Value Chain through Human Capital Alignment, Education, Skills, and Capacity Building for Inclusive Growth under Vision 2030. So in the next page, I have my previous title, which was the one for aligning human capital. So what I did, I incorporated the value chain. problem statement, then literature review, methodology, finding, conclusions and recommendations, and meta references. Then we have our introduction. The Kenya's Vision 2030, which was introduced back in 2008, identifies agriculture, manufacturing and services as strategic sectors for promoting economic growth, industrialization and poverty reduction. Strong and inclusive value chains, they contribute to productivity improvement, some competitiveness and market expansion. So there is a major gap which persists between the skills produced by the TVET institutions and the one demanded by the labor. So a continuation of the introduction. So many actors within Kenyan value chains, particularly smallholder farmers, informal workers and micro, small and medium enterprises have limited access to structured training due to lack of innovation systems from various institutions. So here's the problem statement. Despite Kenya's commitment to economic transformation under Vision 2030, between modernization in things like agribusiness, which has widened the gap between the training outcomes and the market expectations. So I have a pie chart over here which represents the employment distribution amongst the youth. The biggest part in the pie chart, it's 83%, which shows the youth employed in informal sector and 17th informal sector. Then we have the general objective of this study to examine how human capital alignment, education, skills development and capacity building can strengthen Kenyan value chains for inclusive growth under Vision 2030. Then the specific objectives are three. The first one, to assess the alignment between education and skills development systems. The second one, to analyze the effectiveness of capacity building, knowledge diffusion and innovation systems. The third objective is to examine the institutional and policy challenges affecting human capital development. Then I have the research questions which were derived from the objectives. Then we go to literature review. So the study is anchored on human capital theory, which argues that investment in education and training improves economic growth. That is according to Becker 2009. Then systems thinking theory views human capital development as interconnected systems involving education policy, training institutions, and labor market feedback. So in the Kenyan context, this systems thinking theory, it shows how the coordination between education and industry causes skills mismatches. So in this representation over here, it shows how the human capital development is linked with the system thinking framework. So the human capital development is at the center. So it is interconnected with the education policy and governance. That is the government together with the ministry which come up with policies that are taken to various institutions in TVET. Then later they are taken to the different training institutions, that is national polytechnics and institutes. So through the training they're able to offer various curriculum, they offer skills to students, they also do some research and innovation to some of various specialization. Then later we have after training, we have industry and value chain. So that one is in connection with when students are looking for jobs, they are going for the industrial attachment. So then after that, it's interconnected to labor market feedback mechanism. So out of the industry, they are able to tell the skill mismatches from the students who are from the various training institutions. So through the feedback, they say, so there is an employment trend whereby most students cannot get good jobs because they lack experience. Then we have the industry and all those, they are interconnected with the integrated human capital system. Then later we have stronger Kenyan value chains. So Then we have the conceptual framework. It explains how human capital alignment, education, skills, and development and capacity building influence the strengthening of Kenyan value chains. So in this title, the dependent variable is value chains, which is measured through productivity, employment creation, value addition, and innovation. The independent variables, we have things like human capital alignment and education systems. All those, the dependent variable and independent variables, they are connected through multi-level system in the next page. So over here, we have a representation of the independent variables and the dependent one. So independent variables, we have human capital alignment, which involves alignment of curriculum to value chain needs. Then you have skills development and capacity building. So the independent variables and the dependent variables, so they are interconnected through macro level. So macro level is whereby the policies are made, like the various curriculums are made. Then you have the meso level, that is the institutional and organizational level. So that is whereby the various institutions, they offer training to students. Then the micro level, that is whereby they go for training or they go for their industrial attachment. Then we have the dynamic interaction. So at the multi-level system, we have feedback mechanism from the macro level, the institutional level, and micro level. Then we have the methodology. So this study adopts a qualitative-based research design because it links the relationship between human capital development systems and the Kenyan value chains rather than establish statistical relationships. So the methodology is directly linked to my 3 objectives. So here I have a representation of the 3 objectives whereby, so the overall goal, it was to strengthen Kenyan value chains through human capital alignment, education skills, and capacity building for inclusive growth under Vision 2030. So the objective 1, so focuses on analysis and how education and training systems. Objective 2 focuses on how those systems contribute to productivity, innovation, and value addition. Objective 3 focuses on identification of systematic challenges affecting human capital alignment and proposal of policy and institutional strategies. So objective 1, it is done through analysis of education and TVET policies. We have things like CBC, labor market and skills report. Objective 2, it is reviewed through micro, small, and medium enterprises and entrepreneurship training programs. And objective 3, we have institutional coordination and mechanism. So once these 3 objectives relate well, they lead to integrated analysis framework. Then we have the data sources. So this study relied on secondary data from credible sources like Government of Kenya, such as Kenya Vision 2030. We have reports from institutions like Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, World Bank. We have journals like Human Capital Development, which are reviewed. We have sector reports focusing on things like agriculture. Then we have data collection as the primary data. So this study employed document analysis as the primary data collection method. So what it did, it classified all the documents according to themes. So these themes were divided into 5 categories, whereby the first theme was based on human capital alignment and education system. The second theme was skill development. The third categorization was all about capacity building and inclusive participation. The fourth was innovation and knowledge diffusion systems. And the fifth was institutional coordination and policy implementation challenges. So you have data analysis and interpretation. The study employed thematic analysis to analyze qualitative data obtained from policy documents because it allows systematic identification and interpretation of patterns related to the human capital alignment So the analysis followed 3 stages. So the documents were analyzed according to, they were given special codes, then they were divided into categories and themes, and lastly, interpretation was done according to this presentation. So you have data analysis and interpretation framework, whereby we have the data sources as shown, that is policy documents, academic literature. Then all those sources, they were divided into themes. The first theme was about human capital alignment, skills development, capacity building, innovation. Then they were later divided into 3 aspects, whereby they were coded, then development of categories and themes, and thirdly, interpretation of themes. So all these 3 stages, they are linked to the 3 objectives. Then we have interpretation of data findings. So these findings are according to the 3 objectives. So their objective 1 as shown above. So to assess the alignment between education and skills development systems and the needs of key value chains. So these are the interpretation of data. So there needs to be partial alignment between education systems and labor market needs. So then we have another finding, education systems and labor market needs. So there is that mismatch between what is produced in TVET institution and the things demanded by the labor market. Then you have persistent skill mismatch across key value chains. So there are those specific skills that the trainees lack. Then we have weak industry institution linkages, whereby you find the institutions are not collaborating enough with those industries. Then we have limited practical training and industrial exposure. For example, most TVET institutions, they only send students once to do the attachment. Then you have inadequate digital and innovation skills. You find they lack the various things like ACT. Then we have the second findings, according to my second objective. Capacity building programs have improved skills and productivity. Then you have, there is weak knowledge diffusion between.
Yes, Anastasia, I hope you're winding up.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Then we have the third objective, whereby we have those findings like weak industry education leakages that affect skills relevance. Over here I have the representation of the Kenya value chain findings. So they are divided into 5 stages: input, production, processing, marketing, and consumption. Then these 5 value chains, they are divided again according to the human capital and skills, capacity, and institutional level. And then I have my conclusion. Human capital development is essential for strengthening Kenyan value chains and achieving inclusive growth under Vision 2030. Then skills mismatch between education outcomes and labor market needs. Then we have recommendations. There needs to be collaboration between education and industry. Then we have enhanced practical and competency-based training. Then promote digital and entrepreneurial skills development, whereby the trainees can do their own business. Then here is my reference where I got the information from. I think I'm done with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anastasia, for that presentation. So Anastasia has done aligning human capital with the value chains. So we are also requesting that if you have comments, you take note of them. Then during the plenary, we shall have a chance to share our comments. So I think, Zainabu, is that all? That's all for now. Okay. So thank you, because I'm told the lunch is now ready. So colleagues, I think we have had 2 presentations. The first one was by Ekadeli Korodi on Kenya's tea value chain, the structure, the competitiveness, and the constraints to capture value. Then this afternoon, we've just heard from Anastasia on how we can align our education system to be able to strengthen our value chains. So I think at this juncture now, we want to open it up to the participants. So please feel free to share your comments and also your feedback that will help our authors to further improve their papers. So maybe, do we have anyone who is ready to give their comments? Yeah, the floor is open, so all comments are valid. Yeah. Yes, so there is a hand here. So kindly, by the way, who are the rapporteurs of this session? Oh, you are there? Okay, thank you. So kindly introduce your name and your institution so that our rapporteurs can also capture that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Reni Mutai from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. I want to raise a comment on the presentation from Korodi. I hope I got that right. Yeah, thank you very much for the insights that you have given us from your presentation, particularly on the issues of competition and constraints to value chain enhancement. And as you have rightly captured, there are a number of sticking issues in the tea sector or the tea subsector. One is the cost of production, which you have really addressed. There is the issue of the price volatility, which you have also captured very well. There is a sticking issue, which has not come out from your study, and that is the issue of the price differential, or if you like, price disparity between tea growing areas. We have the eastern region and the western region, and as you may already be aware, the price disparities may be very huge. If you look at the first payment for the tea, western region is 26 shillings per kilo of green leaf. The eastern region, 30 shillings per kilo of green leaf. In the second payment, that's where the disparities come in. Eastern region, the payment may range in the upwards of 60 shillings per kilo of green leaf going forward. The western region, about 12 shillings thereabout. So really, that is a huge disparity which need to be picked up, because the essence of enhancing the value chains is to be able to improve the incomes that accrue to the farmer at the end of all this process. So when you look at the inputs that go into the tea production, the inputs across the two regions are fairly similar. But in terms of the outcomes and the price differentials, that's a big that's a big issue. And I saw in one of the interventions that you mentioned price stabilization. That basically will address the issue of the price volatility. But the issue of the price differential has not been addressed, from your study. So I don't know whether this will require a new study altogether, or whether there can be some, although I know at this point it may be late to bring in any different approach. So I think that could be an issue which could be a focus of research going forward, so that we try to address those disparities in incomes to the farmers. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Daktari. We really appreciate, and we thank you for those valuable comments. Thank you very much. Kadeli, I hope you've taken note, and our rapporteurs. So I think that is something that can be incorporated into the study, being a very critical issue. Yeah. So I think I saw a hand from somewhere. Do we have any other? Okay, we have Casti, and then is that Eunice? Yeah. Zainabu, yes.
Yeah, I would like to start by thanking our presenters for the insightful presentations, and mine is to seek clarification from the second presenter on aspects of the methodology used. You've mentioned doing document analysis as a primary data source. Maybe you can clarify more on that because you've talked about looking at the various documents and looking at various themes that are coming out from those documents, and you've classified that as a primary source of data. Maybe you can shed more light on that. Then you've also mentioned at some point you having a dependent variable, which is productivity, employment, and innovation, and an independent variable. An example that you've given is skills development and capacity building, because the implication I have is that in research, when you talk of a dependent variable and an independent variable, then you're likely to do a cause-effect analysis, and I haven't seen that coming out from the study. So maybe you can clarify on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Casti from Kipra. We really appreciate. I think Jacqueline, you had a comment? Okay. So I think those are the comments. So I'll also share a few for each of the papers. Maybe I can start with the second one by Anastasia. So thank you, Anastasia. First of all, I think I want to admit that, yes, okay, a question from Mr. Victor Mose from Kipra.
Yeah, I was expecting Zainabu to go, then I raised up my hand. I didn't know you had done, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think once again I want to appreciate the work the two presenters have done. On the first presentation is just something to think about. There is a time we had I don't want to call it a structural break, but this concept of Sokohuru, I don't know of what value has that been in the development of the value chain. And number two, I know tea is one of the main contributors in terms of employment in agriculture sector. If you look at our numbers in what KNBS captures, one of the key contributors to the overall employment is actually tea, coffee, the main products we have. So I would have expected you to do some analysis in terms of numerical on how the growth of employment has been in the tea sector. Why I'm saying this is because of the competitiveness between labor intensive and the capital intensive. There's a time we have had issues of why the large scale tea growers are using more capital intensive technologies and therefore substituting for our labor, and that has always been an issue. So at what stage do we analyze contribution of the tea sector to employment in terms of various skill sets required apart from just picking? I know there are different other stages of packing, analysis, chemistry, you know, there's the other employment. So you may want to see how you can maybe make a mention. If you have not, that has not been covered, it is something you may want to appreciate at your introduction, and then maybe make a recommendation for further areas for further research. Number two is for the second presentation. I want to appreciate from which National Polytechnic, which one was that?
The one on aligning human capital?
Yes. So I think that's a good initiative for a National Polytechnic to make a contribution in research at this level. And I know you have used qualitative analysis, but perhaps what was confusing me is you looking at aligning human capital, because I've seen economic in education. So I don't know, are you analyzing educational value chain said that there are various employment or value addition in the entire, or is for the entire sectors. If that's the case, then you'll have a challenge in ensuring that you pick out some of the skill sets required in different stages of value chain development. And when you use thematic framework, we needed to have a very clear thematic framework which you have used in the analysis. I know you have categorized your results, but when you are doing the methodology, you need to come out clearly that this is the thematic framework which we used to subject all the literature we have for purposes of that consistency and uniformity and a systematic review of qualitative analysis. Otherwise, thank you for the good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much also, Mr. Victor Mose, for those very wonderful and insightful comments. We really appreciate. Yes, Zainabu.
Okay, I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So thank you for the presentations and good job. I know you've put in a lot, and especially on value chains. So understanding these value chains, my question mostly goes to the tea value chain. There's an aspect that what you've presented is nice, but I think what should come out also is the aspect of competitiveness. When we say this value chain is competitive, what do we really mean? As a person who wants to invest in tea sector or rather improve it, where can I focus on? And I think mostly because we went to the field and probably we need the data from there, could we look at an angle of maybe cost benefit analysis as a farmer or as a person? When I invest in this tea, how will I get my revenue at the end of the day? Probably the gross margin, but should come out clearly. And also across all the nodes of the value chain. If there is the input, I do the aggregation or the value addition, the processing to the consumer. How do I know that across each nodes I'm getting value, or rather there's nothing that we are dropping across the value chain? Which model works for competitiveness? When we talk of tea or any other value chain really, which aspect brings out the competitiveness? Is it the value addition? Is it the aggregation? Is it the processing before we get it to the consumer? Where are our farmers losing it across the value chain? And I believe this one, as Mose had said, from the data that we got from the field, you can actually get numbers that inform this, if you synthesize that information properly. And also another thing that came out in the tea is, why is our local consumption flat or predictable? We understand that there are policies, those are enablers. When you remove the enabling environment, probably the social inclusion, what we are left with is the nodes. Which part of our tea value chain are we losing it? So I think that aspect should come out clearly, especially for value chains, and also it can inform the readers and policymakers on which aspect to improve on. Because we know tea, we grow. We have it in plenty. But why is it that it's not materializing when it comes to the end of it? So, yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zainabu. Rono, also from Kipra. We really appreciate those insightful comments. So finally, I think you had a comment. Yeah, the last, I think there's a mic there. Then we shall invite the presenters to share their feedback. Welcome.
Yes. Yeah, this is Joseph. Thank you very much for our presenters. So I just comment on the point the professors talked about, the issue of price differentials when it comes to tea, and the concern is what perhaps could have been the role of this arbitrary writing off of debts, for example, in some regions as opposed to others, and could it have any impact perhaps when it comes to prices? So I'm just pausing, I'm not sure about it. And then for the presenter on human capital, I looked at, you are presenting on the problem statement, and you are citing documents as far as 2009. So I think 10 years is a significant period to see some changes. So I think that is my observations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joseph. Sorry, I didn't get your institution. Oh, you are from Kipra? Okay, sawa, thank you. Now, usually we want to make sure that we capture everything so that our rapporteurs can have a more comprehensive report. But thanks, Joseph. I think we appreciate your comments. So I think mine are also two, and it's for all the two presentations. Thank you, Ekadeli. I think you've made a good presentation. But one thing that I would have wished to see from your study is the issue of government interventions, because from the way you have actually made a very good presentation, but I think someone listening at you may feel like there is no intervention at all that the government is currently undertaking. So even when someone reads your policy recommendations, they may have a feeling like, let's start from afresh, yeah? There is nothing happening. So for me, I would really appreciate if you also demonstrate what the government is currently doing, so that even as you give us the recommendations, then now it's easy for someone to see that, yes, there is something you are doing, but if we can enhance it, or if we can improve upon it, then it will make the sector to come out more strongly. Then also, just to agree with what colleagues have already said, I would also have wished to see some numbers in your paper, some analysis, and I think this is something I've been talking to the young professionals since the concept stage, that if you can either do a model, either a regression model or a social accounting matrix, a sum, just to show something on analytics, I think that will improve the analytical strength of your paper. Then on your recommendations, because you have many recommendations and all of them look to be equally good, I would suggest you cluster them into three. You demonstrate the short-term recommendations, you demonstrate the medium-term recommendations, and you demonstrate the long-term, because you have so many recommendations. So you want to guide the policy maker. So if they read your recommendations, they may even get scared to start, because they may feel, you mean we have to do all this? So they may be scared. So to make them not scared, you can guide them. Just tell them, these ones are short term, these ones you can do in 1 or 2 years, these ones you can do in 3 to 5 years, but these ones, they are not so much in a hurry, you can even do them after 5 years. Then for Anastasia, thank you also, Anastasia. I think for Anastasia, I can say the paper has really improved. When she presented it at Quiz Zero, for those who are there, and now the way it has come out, honestly, I can say that paper has greatly improved. But Anastasia, just to strengthen your paper further, I have 3 comments also for you. The first one is you could give some practical case studies, either looking at globally or wherever part in the world, like 3 good practical case studies of a country which you can say the way they have aligned their education system to value chains, the alignment is matching very well, okay? Because as a country, normally policymakers want to hear that it is possible. So if you give them practical examples of countries which have successfully aligned their human capital development with value chains, I think that will add to the strength of your paper. And then the second comment is you could also have shown, I know you showed us a graph, a table there, which tried to show the various value chains and the various human capital. But I think you could just have picked like three three key value chains in Kenya. Let's say tea, and one agricultural value chain, one industrial value chain, and one services sector value chain. And then in each of them, you show now how the value chain looks like and how the human capital should be, made so that it meets the needs of the value chain. Yeah, so maybe one value chain in agriculture, one value chain in industry, and one value chain in services. Then finally, in your recommendations, I think I would suggest in your recommendations, you add a recommendation on the need to have a national skills inventory, so that as a country, we know which skills do we have, which skills do we not have, so that then we can see how to achieve those. Yeah. So thank you to all the discussants who have shared your comments. We really appreciate. And even all of you who have listened, we really appreciate. So because it is lunchtime, let's just give each of them 2 minutes just to say how possibly they will address the comments. And then I think from there we shall break for lunch. So I think let's start with the Kadeli and then Anastasia. Welcome.
Asante sana Neto. Dr. Mutai, thank you so much for bringing out actually an issue, a key issue in the tea sector, on the issue of said price disparity between the east and the west of the rift. I'm sorry, I'm not profiling. I'm not so sure whether which Mutai are you, Mutai of the east of the rift or of the west of the rift. But if you are from the west of the rift, one time when we went to the field, there was a very serious word that was so dominant there. They kept mentioning to us something called Mongirito. I don't know whether you're aware of that. Mongirito, yeah, something like that. So like if you look at the east of the rift, one thing they mentioned, which actually farmers from the west also appreciated, that the investment they put in crop husbandry in the east of the rift in terms of taking care of the crop until when it is ready. I'm not saying that those in the west are not doing the same. But the aspect of the issue of Mongerito in the west of the rift, you know, they say those in the east, walisema, they are, mostly they deal with, the farmers themselves, they deal with KTDA. And KTDA has the 2 leaves and a bud principle that ensures the quality of the tea, which of course fetches the highest amount of money in the market. So like 30 investment, and then when they pluck the tea, they stick to KTDA because they only supply to KTDA. And the west of the rift, now with these people we are calling Mongerito, who are now taking everything, you know, they don't care whether it is only 2 leaves and a bud, or they take it with the whole stem. And of course KTDA will take its part. And then these are the middle people, wanakuja wanachukua kila kitu. And the farmer is a poor person. Anahitaji pesa ya saa hiyo. Hataki kungoja bonus mwisho ya mwezi na mwisho ya mwaka. So they supply to this middle people. So at the end of the day, even KTDA factories do not operate within their full or the operational capacity they require. So if they are to operate at 15 million, for example, you see wanaenda below 10. Sasa ikifika hapo, even sustaining the industry, what do they do also after taking the 2 leaves and a bud? Hata wanaokota kidogo ndio wajaze. So at the end of the day, ukipeleka hii chai, wewe ndio umesupply, price inaenda chini. But the other guys are strictly on KTDA, and then private factories, there is limited dealings with them, which is an issue we picked, but I'm not so sure whether that is the main reason. It could be, because farmers mentioned it so much. And that as well ties with the issue Victor mentioned on Soko Huru, because, you know, which again is a government issue in terms of the regulatory environment that is there, because even this Mongerito, there is someone who allows them to come in. Neto, what has the government done? I probably didn't mention directly, but when I started, I mentioned issues of research, of extension services, of agrochemicals, which I mentioned on agrochemicals. Sometimes they delay. And even in terms of extension services, there's little capacity among the officers on the ground. So the government has done so much, including the robust institutional and policy framework that is existing. So the government has done so much. I think the issue is, for example, when we say the issue of implementation, the 40% requirement by the Crop Regulations Act of 2020. So it's there, but the implementation is the problem. The government supplies fertilizer, but sometimes it delays. The farmers say wanapata baadaye even when they're about to harvest. So government has done much, including the issue of red network. Of course, it needs to improve further. Where are we losing value? Where is the farmer losing, Zainabu? I think, I don't know whether I mentioned it, but in all the notes, I mentioned the challenges in each stage of the value chain from production, where I said, for example, issues of the climate variability in terms of, you know, heavy rains that results in hailstones, where we mentioned that sometimes it sweeps away even the little fertilizer that was put in the crop, and at the end of the day you end up harvesting a crop of perhaps little value or something, kitu kama hiyo. And then of course at the end, where our market is still so much invested in bulk, so the farmer obviously loses so much in the international market, will not be able to compete with our peers. I think those are some of the issues I mentioned. Now, because unajua sasa alafu the employment issue and these issues as well, we are not economists, so we are not able to incorporate a lot of numbers, but we see the making of our topic, there is little we could do, although I'm not disputing that we could not have gotten those numbers, but asanteni sana. This is an issue we are going to consider, whether to bring in numbers, especially on the aspect of competitiveness. But our diamond model, the Porter's model, diamond model that assesses the factor conditions, the demand conditions, shows exactly, like if we do so much on our local consumption, would be able to harness the value and the competitiveness that the crop has, and you know, investments in, you know, in all the issues thereof, would be able to, or maybe even if we, you know, we diversify our market and all that, we put value in what we have at the end, we'll be able to our crop is going to be very much competitive in the market. So it was so much qualitative, but we're going to put that as an.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kadeli. Doing it single-handedly is not easy. At least if you had your colleague, it would have been easier. Oh, he's in the room. Oh, okay.
Actually, my colleague has defeated the weather, so he's around.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, actually, he gave you an apology before he started, so it's good that now you've been able to come in. Asante. So thank you, Kadeli, and your colleague for the good work. We really appreciate. So finally, let's give Anastasia. Also, maybe Anastasia, you can take 2 minutes just to respond to the very burning issues, so that we have chance to break for lunch. Welcome, Anastasia.
Okay, thank you so much for the corrections and insights. So I'm going to address a few matters. I'll start with the title. My previous title was Aligning Human Capital with Economic Pillars of Education, Skills Development and Capacity Building for Kenya's Vision 2030. Then I changed it to Strengthening Kenyan Value Chains, whereby it's all about strengthening the value chains through the development of human capital, education, skills and capacity building for inclusive growth under Vision 2030. Then about the alignment, the international alignment, I didn't include it in this presentation, but it's in the general paper. So I'll do that next time. Then I'm going to talk about the themes, whereby, okay, so I'm going to talk about okay, just a minute. So in methodology, I'm going to talk about the thematic analysis, whereby I was collecting information from various sources and organizing them as per various themes. So getting those sources and dividing them as per themes, that is 3 stages, like coding of data. So in this case, I didn't include the Excel. So there is a part whereby I do the special coding using Excel. I'm really sorry for that, because I've realized it is very hard to understand without that. So I don't have much to say, but thank you so much for this opportunity and the corrections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, Ekadeli, and Michael. And thank you to all the discussants and all of us who are in attendance for your very good feedback. I'm sure whatever you have shared with the authors will help them really to fine-tune their papers ready for publication. Asanteni. So colleagues, it is now time to break for lunch, but I've just been informed by Mercy Owich that this thing you're having on your neck is actually your voucher for lunch, so make sure you don't forget it. But now here is the catch. You need to go back to the registration desk for it to be Mercy, you say to be scanned? Yes, you'll go back to the registration desk so that it is scanned, and then when it is scanned is when you'll be given another meal card. So now it is that meal card that now you'll proceed with to get lunch. Yeah. So we are requesting we take 40 minutes. I hope it is fair enough. Yeah, 40 minutes for lunch, and then after lunch we are kindly and humbly requesting we come back here again. Yeah, but please remember to pass by the registration desk again, scan it again, you'll get a meal card, and then you'll proceed for lunch. So enjoy your lunch, God bless you, and see you. So let's say we meet at 3:30. Thank you. Oh yes, now our equipment, I would suggest we just carry. That's my personal view, but kindly let's carry, because the security here, I think we are not very well guaranteed. Thank you. Oh, the security is here. Karibu, sir. Maybe you can talk to them. Karibu. So just listen.
Hello.
So Bwana Mose and team, kindly listen to our security. Thank you.
Hello, how are you? We just want to say that the equipments will be safe. I know it takes time setting up and all that, so the computers can remain behind. Just carry your phones and your small bags. That will be okay. Is that okay?
Thank you. So you can leave your computers, but your phones and your small bags, those ones you can carry.
I was supposed to present. Dennis, I was supposed to present before the lunch. Yeah.
Last pending presentation?
Yeah, last
Dennis Nani?
Marangi.
Oh, Dennis.
It was being chaired by Dr. Nate.
Oh, Nate.
Yeah. So I don't know whether he's still going.
Okay. I'm standing in for him. But, okay, just prepare the presentation. Sorry. Uko ready? Okay. We are beginning the presentation, and I'm informed that we had a pending presentation before we broke out for lunch, and so we'll have the last presenter of the last session, presentation by Dennis. Then from there we'll have a presentation by Casti. Then we'll have Lynette doing the presentation. Then other speakers will follow later, other presenters. Thank you.
Okay. Our paper is on unlocking the potential of the Kenya cotton, textile and apparel value chain, a global value chain analysis approach with my co-author Winnie Omuro. So this is our outline. We have the introduction, the status and performance, the policy context, the policy issue, the objectives, the literature review, the methodology, results, and discussion. And lastly, we have the conclusion. So cotton is a strategic crop under the Vision 2030 and the Better Agenda for driving industrialization, export growth, and employment creation, where the Better Agenda targets a potential of 200,000 jobs, as well as increasing the exports by $1 billion by 2027. Globally, the cotton textile value chain is a major economic employment driver, and it links three sectors, that is the agriculture, the manufacturing, and the trade. And recently, the Kenyan apparels exports have grown strongly under the AGOA framework, alongside the declining domestic seed production. Therefore, this presents maybe some weak textile value addition in the backward linkages. So the Kenya cotton textile apparel value chain suffers a disconnect between the production gains and the competitive value chain. Sorry, as we can see, the seed cotton production has been declining from 2015. However, we can see some recovery in 2024. This is the seed cotton production. In terms of the clothing, that is the exports apparel, we can see that the apparel has been increasing from 2015 from around 200 and maybe 90 US dollars to about 400 million USD in 2024, while the textile exports have been persistently low as compared to the clothing exports or the apparel exports. In terms of employment, the employment within the sector or the value chain have also been rising from 2016 to 2024. However, this employment majorly is on the upstream. This is the downstream area. This is the apparel exports in terms of the exports to AGOA. That's where the most of the employment is. In terms of the mitumba or the second-hand clothing, we can see that there's a sharp rise from 2015 to 2024, almost threefold in terms of the imported second-hand mitumba. So in the terms of the policy context, as I said earlier, we have the Vision 2030 as well as the MTP4, that is the Better Agenda, which tries to tackle the manufacturing underperformance, youth employment, the high energy cost, the input shortages. We also have the Cotton Act 2014, which tries to deal with the production decline, the farmers' exploitation, weak enforcement issues, limited extension services, delayed input and industrialization. Currently, we also have the cotton textile apparel draft policy, which has not yet been implemented. However, it tries to tackle the entire value chain fragmentation, maybe tackle the issues on the low processing capacity. However, it has, we have seen delayed implementation or maybe the adoption of this draft because of insufficient budget allocation. We also have the AGOA frameworks and the framework as well as the EPZ framework, which try to boost the apparel exports and creating employment via the duty-free access. However, there are some challenges in that there is low domestic value addition. There is also the deadline issues in AGOA, as well as the weak upstream linkages within this framework. So our policy issue is that there is a strong downstream apparel growth, which is coexisting with an upstream, with a weak upstream cotton production. The domestic production meets less than 10% of the cotton demand. Thus, we are relying heavily on imported yarns, the fabric, and also mitumba, which undermines the competitiveness, the value addition, and the livelihoods of the Kenyan people. So there is a clear disconnect between production gains and a fully functional competitive value chain. That's why we need a comprehensive analysis of that value chain to inform coherent and evidence-based policy intervention to unlock the sector's potential. So that is our main objective, which is to analyze the chain with specific objectives being to explore the value chain map as well as assess the economic potential of this value chain in terms of productivity, employment, and competitiveness. Literature review, we have highlighted some few, but our main focus for this paper was the global value chain approach. And from our empirical studies, the empirical studies show that there is a weak upstream linkages and low productivity. In terms of our methodology, our approach was the global value chain approach. This was from the, given that we chose the global value chain approach, so our analysis will be the GVC analysis. We used the mixed method approach where we collected primary data from 2 counties, that is Busia and Homa Bay. We interviewed 60 farmers, 2 cooperative society, 1 ginnery, that is the Mulwanda ginnery in Busia, one textile farm, and it's also a spinning factory. We also conducted some desk review on secondary data. In terms of qualitative analysis, we used the target for qualitative analysis. For objective 1, we were to map the actors through functional analysis, flow analysis. For objective 2, we did the comparative analysis between some countries, that is India and Ethiopia, which are leading in the value chain. So this is our result. This was the first one was to map, and you can see we have 7 nodes from technology generation to input supplied production to aggregation to ginning and oil milling to spinning, and lastly consumption and end markets. We have some of the activities that are in between the chains. Down there we also have the institutions per each node, as well as the flow of the value from the seeds to the raw cotton to the lint, to also some byproducts which are cotton seed cake and cotton seed oil, which are crushed to produce animal feed, as well as the cotton oil, all the way tracked down to the last node, which is consumption and end markets. In terms of each node, in the technology and seed system, we found out that the Kenya CTA is publicly led in terms of the research and design by Calro and Kefis. We have some recent trials on the hybrid seeds. We have been relying more on the traditional seeds, that is the HAT 89 and the KSA 81M. However, recently in 2019, AFA did approve the use of the BT seeds, which show high yield potential. However, these seeds the system remain weak because of affordability and also availability. These seeds are not available, readily available, and also affordable for farmers. In terms of the input supply, it's rain-fed. Kenya cotton is rain-fed. It's smallholder based in terms of the farmers. There are rising fertilizer and seed costs. There is soil degradation, high input intensity, and the transition to the hybrid, which has been costly, which has been delaying the input supply. These are the constraints in the input supply node. In aggregation, we have cooperative engineers dominating the aggregation, with cooperative numbers increasing, but the institutional capacity and the infrastructure remain weak. Therefore, this undermines the farmers' trust. In terms of ginning, we have only 7 operating ginneries with installed capacity of 76,500 bales. However, we have they have been operating below capacity due to constraints in the production. The production node, there is no more production in cotton, so that has been affecting the ginning sector. We also have the byproducts and oil milling, which are emerging, especially the cotton seed crushing. We have not yet achieved or maybe tried to get some potential from this, because recently when we were there, it was the first, last year, was the first time that the Mulwanda Ginnery received the cotton crushing machine, and they have done the crushing. However, the oil has not yet been approved for consumption. They're still waiting on the KEBS for the standardization. We also have the spinning and the textile. We only have 3 spinners in Kenya. We managed to interview one of them, and according to them, there are severe domestic lint shortages. So the spinners are forced to rely on the imports. That's why we saw that the imported value of yarn and yarn is so high. This is undermining the backward integration to those nodes. In terms of consumption and markets, we have the apparel exports have been largely driven by the AGOA and the EPZs, which dominate the value chain. And however, in terms of value addition, Kenya remains largely cut, make, and trim producer. So this is in terms low value addition as compared to other value additions that can be done from the backward linkages from the other nodes. So also Mitumba imports, which we have seen that have been on the rise, are suppressing the domestic apparel demand. In terms of productivity, as compared to India and Ethiopia, you can see that in terms of Kenya's productivity, India has a 4-fold, while Ethiopia has about 6 to 7-fold as compared to Kenya's lint productivity, because Kenya is constrained by the poor seed systems. It's more rain-fed, as well as there is limited extension, as opposed to the India system where they benefit from the hybrid seeds, the strong R&D, and partial irrigation. In terms of Ethiopia, it's largely irrigation as compared to rain-fed. That's why you can see the differences in the productivity. In terms of competitiveness, Kenya's competitiveness is mainly driven by AGOA. However, it's not upstream efficiency, because we saw the major part that we do in terms of the apparel is just cut, make, and trim, which is a very low value addition. There is also a rising industrial electricity cost, imported fabrics, weak spinning capacity. All these are eroding the competitiveness we have in Kenya, as opposed to maybe India, which is more cluster-based, and it has a more linkages from the previous nodes. In terms of employment, we can see that the Kenya's employs 93,000 people. However, most of them are in apparel manufacturing, and most of them are women. Cotton farming remains seasonal with low absorption, and while the spinning, weaving, and finishing is underdeveloped as compared to India and Ethiopia, which is more downstream heavy. In terms of now tracking the value, we did some cost and review from the farmers that we did. We tried to interview the 60 farmers, and we came up, we did try to find the average cost and the average revenue, and so that the net profit has been around 15,000 Kenya shillings to 25,000 per farmer. In terms of the unit, that is per acre, the profit is a bit higher, which ranges at approximately 20,000. So the return on investment is very high. We have potentially high returns and per acre if there is good management. The strong profitability when yields are high, almost 700,000 kg per acre. So some farmers also make losses, which is mainly driven by the low productivity and poor agronomic practices and high input cost, and as well as the small farm sizes and minimal value addition. From our paper, you can see from the annex where we did try and break down each revenue and each cost per farmer. You can see that from our paper. In terms of the cost and revenue in the ginning node, we found that in terms of the net profit from the total cost and total revenue, we have they are making about 850,000 Kenya shillings in profit. So the ginning part is a bit more captures more value as compared to the production part. In terms of per unit, we did per bale, and we found out that each bale has about 4,250 in terms of
Dennis, some
profit.
2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay. So given that maybe if I can explain, give In terms of the ginning, annually, the capacity can be almost 200 bales per year. So given that the profit is 42.50, you can see that it's highly profitable as compared to the ginning part, to the production by farmers. In terms of the workers, we had 40 workers who are mostly seasonal. We have only 5 permanent staff. The reason why they are seasonal is because this is the time where now, after harvesting the cotton, now we need to gin it. It's only a 4-month operation. They have low wages, which are almost 8,000 Kenya shillings. So the ginning node provides low-income jobs with limited welfare impact. However, this is due to the low production in terms of the production node by farmers. So if the production were to increase, then the wages will also increase because they won't be seasonal. They won't be just a small 4-month operation as opposed to what's happening now. So our conclusion is that the value chain is weakly integrated. Growth is driven mainly by the apparel export, while cotton production and ginning remains underperforming. There is also the rising dependence in terms of imports of the yarn, the fabric, and the mitumbas. So the sector is locked down in low-value activities within the global value chain space. So there is limited domestic value addition and weak industrial linkages, and value addition increases downstream, leaving farmers with very small profit margins. So our recommendation is maybe invest in research in terms of the certified seeds, the extension and irrigation, subsidize the inputs. This will strengthen and also strengthen the farmers' organization. This will deal with the upstream nodes. In terms of the midstream, we need to rehabilitate the ginneries and improve the efficiencies, incentivize spinning and textile manufacturing to reduce the production cost. This is especially energy. Energy is the biggest constraint to the midstream, which is ginning and spinning. And lastly, we promote the local sourcing. This is Build Kenya, Make Kenya, branding and marketing diversification. We do not need to focus more on the cut, make and trim. We should do more of branding. We should strengthen our domestic demands by advocating for the uniforms and public procurement from our own locally made garments. That's all for us.
Thank you, Dennis, and your colleague for the presentation on unlocking the potential of textile value chain. And indeed, from your objectives, we have mapped out the various value chains across textile, cotton and textile, identifying various actors as well as also activities within that framework of the textile and cotton value chain. We have also seen your methodology, utilization of a mixed method approach, as well as also from your findings where you are highlighting various findings that are coming out from the presentation on productivity, competitiveness, employment, as well as also costs and revenues flows from the cotton and textile value chain. So let's take this. Okay, sorry for that. I'm being informed that we are to take all the presentation. I think 2 more presentations, then we will open the floor for comments. I apologize for that. So let's have the other presenter. Please, you just have 10 minutes, sorry. So please keep your presentation within that particular time. Thank you. Kasti is going to present to us
Yeah, thank you so much. So, my presentation is on enhancing supply chain efficiency for essential medicines and medical supplies in Kenya. And the reason as to why we thought of this topic, it's because looking at our theme, strengthening value chains, health, education, and ICT, and others are some of the enablers when it comes to strengthening value chains. So because it is people that drive these value chains, so we need to get our people healthy, and for them to be healthy, there needs to be access to essential medicines and medical supplies. And so that's why we are doing this research. And there is the outline is as shown. So when we talk of supply chain in healthcare, this refers to the network used to supply healthcare products and services. And this includes the essential medicines and medical supplies. And when we talk of the essential medicines and medical supplies, this refers to the health products that are treated as the priority due to the healthcare needs of our population. And the supply chain process involves several stages, starting from quantification, that is getting the right quantities of the medicines and the supplies, all the way to tendering process, to storage, distribution, to ensure that these medicines get to the various health facilities, and also dispensing, that is making sure that the patients are able to take those medicines. And the essential medicines and medical supplies, they are selected based on the disease burden of a country or of a population, the public health relevance, evidence of efficacy, safety, and cost effectiveness. So those are some of the factors that are considered by countries when they are coming up with a list for essential medicines and medical supplies. And we have the World Health Organization list of essential medicines and also essential medicines for children, which acts as a model list, which is updated after every 2 years. So currently we have the 2025 list for medicines, both for adults and children, and countries borrow from this model list, which is from the WHO. So as a country, Kenya has several lists. We have what we call the Kenya Essential Medicines list. We also have the list for medical supplies, and we have a list for the laboratory commodities list. So when the quantification is done, this is what guides the various stakeholders when they are coming up with the list for these medicines and supplies. And Kenya's essential medicines list has a total of 416 medicines, and 310 of them is from the WHO model list, which shows a compatibility of 74%, whereby the remaining 26% is just a reflection of the local adaptation, sorry. Yeah, then these are some of examples of the essential medicines that we have. For instance, for pain management, we have paracetamol, Brufen. For child health, we have the zinc, ORS, and the rest. We also have some examples for when it comes to medical supplies. We have the surgical masks, we have safety boxes, alcohol swabs. These are some of cotton wool. These are some of the supplies that we see they are mainly used in hospitals. So when we are talking of essential medical supplies, we are talking about these. Then globally, medicines are a major burden on government budgets because mainly for both developing and developed and developing countries, medicines remain unaffordable. Okay, so 60% of the population in African countries lack consistent access to essential medicines, and 90% of these African countries, they end up spending out of pocket when it comes to them accessing medicines, because there are a lot of inefficiencies when it comes to the process, the supply chain process, all the way from quantification to the consumption. And looking at the budget, the 2025-2026 budget, about 6.5% of the budget, the overall budget, went to health, which is a bit below the 15% of the Abuja target. So we have about how much? 15% minus 6.5%. You can see the gap there. Then out of, we had 132 million that was allocated for health in the same financial year, and 10 or approximately 11% of these went to the medicines, and it was allocated to KEMSA, equipping of the various health facilities, and even human vaccine production. And availability of priority or tracer drugs in health facilities is way below the WHO benchmark of 80%, because it is at 62%. That is as per the 2023 report by the Kenya Health Facilities Report. And only 6% of the health facilities had all the tracer medicines, and 15% had the tracer non-pharmaceutical supplies. And when we talk of the tracer drugs and the tracer non-pharmaceutical supplies, this is just a subset of the essential medicines, which is just used for reporting and for reporting purposes, for monitoring and evaluation purposes, just a subset from the essential medicines. So there is a lot of fragmentation in the process, in the supply chain for essential medicines and medical supplies because of issues with coordination between MOH, KEMSA, and the 47 county governments, leading to frequent stockouts and limited service readiness. So we need to think of how these inefficiencies needs to be addressed to ensure that Kenya's healthcare system is strengthened and these inefficiencies are eliminated to ensure that we have equitable access to essential medicines and medical supplies. So these are the two objectives that we sought to address: assess the current efficiency of the supply chain for essential medicines and medical supplies across selected counties. So we did this study across 16 counties, and this was informed by the 8 warehouse distributions for KEMSA, and we were looking at 2 counties from the 8 warehouses, 1 county that was near to the warehouse and 1 that was far to the warehouse, bringing it into a total of 16 counties. Then the second objective was to analyze existing policy and institutional gaps affecting the supply chain performance. So our study was informed by these 3 theories: the supply chain operations reference model, lean supply chain theory, and the institutional theory. And these 3 theories, they just talk about ensuring that resources are optimized to ensure that there is timely distribution of medical supplies and essential medicines. And the very last theory, which is institutional theories, just seeks to understand how the various government structures and the legal and policy frameworks work together to influence supply chain performance and accountability. Then the conceptual framework for this study is the USAID logistics cycle model for analyzing supply chain efficiency for essential medicines and medical supplies in Kenya. The conceptual framework just looks at the process that I explained, all the way from product selection, quantification, inventory management, storage, distribution, all the way to ensuring that patients are served, who are the customers in this case. And this works around ensuring that we have financing as an enabler and the governance structures that are supposed to ensure that this is done. Then the analytical framework we looked at efficiency in the lens of 4 elements, or what we call the 4 domains. That is operational efficiency, and which looks at the day-to-day activities along the process to ensure that we have the right order fill rates, we avoid stock out rates and all that. Then the financial efficiency, which ensures that there is budget allocation for these medicines. We also looked at the service delivery efficiency, that is ensuring that service continuity is happening at the facilities level. Then policy and institutional gaps, ensuring that there is existence of coordination among the various stakeholders involved in the supply chain. Sorry. Yeah, so overview of the supply chain performance and funding trends in Kenya. So how does the supply chain for essential medicines and medical supplies in Kenya happen? So it starts from forecasting and quantification, whereby this is coordinated by the Ministry of Health, KEMSA, and counties through the Logistic Management Information System, and they make use of the disease burden or the disease data which they've collected over time to ensure that they have the right quantities of medicines. Then after that, tendering is initiated by KEMSA and the county pharmacists. Then warehousing and distribution is done. There are 8 regional warehouses in the various regions to serve all the 47 counties. Then the last mile delivery happens at the county level, and sometimes they make use of the private transporters to ensure that all the facilities, all the way from level 2 to level 6, have these medicines. Then we have the last stage, which is monitoring and evaluation, which happens through the Kenya Health Information System together with the Logistic Information System, whereby tracking and reporting is happening to ensure that there are no stockouts and service continuity is ensured. However, issues are experienced along all these stages, and we will get to see the inefficiencies. So looking at the average stockout rates between 2023 to 2025 as per the MOH 647 Tracer Health Products and Technologies tool. This is a tool that is used for monitoring and evaluation, which we have mentioned as the last stage in the supply chain performance. So the stockout rate was a bit high at 59% for the non-communicable disease medicines, the diabetes medicine, and also for the mental health disease, 35% and 46% respectively. So this shows that availability of these medicines was a bit low, and which implies that patients had to spend out of pocket to ensure that they have some of these medicines, which is very common in our country and even at our different at the counties. So KEMSA order fill rate trends 2024 to 2020 to 2024 shows. So here we have we have KEMSA program. These are essential medicines for the various programs: HIV, TB, family planning, and malaria. And most of these the programs are funded. They are donor funded. So if you just check the order fill rates for these programs, medicines which are donor funded, they are a bit high. The order fill rates are a bit high compared to those that are funded by KEMS, by the government. So, and for the essential medicines, the order fill rates are on average 50%, which shows that there are issues to do with meeting the demand for these medicines. And this could be because of the budgetary constraints and the rising pending bills that we have. Then trends in funding and budget allocation. If you look at the trends that we have there, we have fluctuating trends for the funding. although looking at that, we had a sharp increase in 2024-2025, which reached the highest allocation at around 128.
Time, please. You are already past 15 minutes.
Okay.
So kindly wind up.
Okay, thank you. So these are some of the inefficiencies that we have at different levels. So looking at the operational inefficiencies, we have issues to do with limited digital systems, poor infrastructure, and I've just shown some of the counties. This data was obtained from the County Integrated Development Plan, and these are some of the inefficiencies that they were highlighting in those plans. Then under the financial inefficiencies, these are some of the problems: reduced funding, low absorption, pending bills. Then under service delivery, we have issues to do with poor storage in counties such as Migori, stockouts. Then we have inefficiencies in policy and institutions, weak data system and coordination gaps. That one is recurring. So this is just what I've already, there are issues to do with rigid procurement procedures, which is a lot of bureaucracy. The process becomes very long. So these are some of the recommendations under each of the domain. Under operational efficiency, there is a recommendation to institutionalize integrated digital supply chain systems, and the actors are shown there. Under policy and institutional domain, there is a policy recommendation to ensure that we have institutionalized data governance, analytics, and performance monitoring systems to ensure that accountability is promoted and there is evidence-based decision making. And the actor is the county governments together with MOH, ICT authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter. Do you have Kennedy around? Okay, so just proceed.
You do this. This one is next. Then this one's back. But you in the back, in the forward.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rowena Stella Ndeda. Together with my colleague Lynette Chalo, we are going to discuss enhancing Kenya's Irish potato value chain, addressing policy gaps to boost productivity, value addition, and youth employment. So in Kenya, Irish potatoes are the second most important staple crop after maize, involving approximately 3.5 million actors along the value chain. And this sector contributes approximately 50 billion annually to the Kenyan economy. And production is concentrated in areas like Nakuru, Nyandarua, Elgeyo Marakwet, Meru, Narok, Nyeri, and Bomet. Now, the Irish potato is recognized under Vision 2030 and the Agricultural Sector Transformation Growth 2019 to 2029 and the National Potato Strategy as a priority value chain. However, it is noteworthy that there is rising demand in terms of Irish potatoes, but the sector continues to underperform. Then in terms of the legal framework, the Irish potato is basically governed by the Crops Act and the Irish Potato Regulations 2019 and the Seed and Plant Varieties Act. There are several legislations and policies that govern the sector. But notwithstanding this strong legal framework, you find that there are implementation challenges because of a fragmented value chain. So the critical gaps we were able to identify were weak enforcement capacity, resource constraints, and overlapping institutional mandates, which continue to undermine implementation. Then some of the value chain inefficiencies that we were able to identify were, for example, issues to do with the yield gap. For example, ideally, the potential yield should be at least 40 metric tons per hectare, but the national yield in Kenya remains below between 7 to 12 metric tons per hectare. Then we also have the issue of production being dominated by smallholder farmers. Then we also have severe post-harvest losses. Then issues of certified seed adoption also come into play because most farmers rely heavily on recycled seeds. Then we also have value chain which are fragmented, and also problems to do with lack of comprehensive integrated analysis that links production, constraints, value chain inefficiencies, and youth employment. Now, our objectives are threefold. The first one is to explore the potato value chain, and that is by identifying key activities and actors across the value chain. Then the second one is to assess economic potential, including value addition and pricing. And then the third one is to examine determinants of performance, and that is by institutional and market factors that shape the value chain. Then under theoretical framework, we relied on value chain upgrading and also the accelerator theory. Now, value chain upgrading is basically explains how value is created and captured at different stages of the value chain, and how inefficiencies limit competitiveness and value addition. Then the accelerator theory explains how rising demand can stimulate investment, production, storage, logistics, and processing across the subsector. Then under methodology, we adopted a mixed method approach that combines quantitative and qualitative analysis, and we relied on secondary data from datasets from KNBS, KEFIS, National Potato Council of Kenya, FAOSTAT, and other policy documents. And we also relied on primary data, and we performed 30 key informant interviews involving farmers, traders, county officials, and processors. Then we also did case study counties. We selected Nyandarua and Elgeyo Marakwet counties because of their significance in national potato production. Then we also did comparative benchmarking with Rwanda and Ethiopia. We reviewed Rwanda and Ethiopia to identify lessons on seed systems and value addition. Then under analytical framework, we chose the value chain analysis framework. And here we identified the stage, the particular stage of the value chain, and basically what we were able to do. For example, at input stage, we were able to assess certified seed access and certification system and regulatory roles. Then production, we also highlighted what we were able to assess: aggregation, transport, and processing. And we also, yes, like I've mentioned, we also did case studies in Nyandarua and Elgeyo Marakwet, and also we combined secondary data analysis, policy review, key informant interviews, and comparative benchmarking with Rwanda and Ethiopia. Then for findings, these are now our findings. We were able to map out the value chain, and we identified a 5-stage potato value chain, which reveals weak aggregation and logistics linkages. For example, we have input supply, and at input supply stage, one of the problems that was interfering with the value chain is low certified seed adoption. Because of this low certified seed, you find that many farmers rely on recycled seed. And then under primary production, we're able to identify that smallholders, usually farming is through smallholder production, and because of that there is low productivity. Then under aggregation and transport, we have weak storage and logistics systems and high post-harvest losses. And one of the things we're able to identify is that there is many of these counties do not have cold storage infrastructure. Then under processing, Meti, I can hear you. Then under processing, there is inconsistent supply and quality, and then low processing penetration. At processing, we are talking about basically using potatoes or trying to convert them into crisps, chips, things like that. And at this point, there is low processing penetration. And then now at wholesale and retail, there is low market volatility, and there is market volatility and packaging non-compliance, because the law is very clear how packaging is supposed to be done, but most of these processors and wholesalers, they do not package the right way. So the key insight at this point is that weak aggregation and logistics system continue to disconnect fragmented producers from expanding into commercial markets. Then we're also able to discover that production is highly concentrated among 5 counties. I think Nakuru is the highest producing county, followed by Nyandarua, and then Elgeyo Marakwet, Meru, and Narok, and then other counties, because there are many other emerging areas. And then so Nakuru and Nyandarua together, they account for 40% of the national output. Then the other issue that came up is the yield gap. Yield gap remains structural despite policy prioritization. And at this point, we're able to identify that certified seed adoption remains below 2%. And also there is limited mechanization and input use. And we also have disease pressure. Poor seed quality and weak disease management drive high incidence of bacterial wilt and other diseases. Then price volatility is also an issue. One of the challenges that we are able to identify is that there is the presence of brokers. And these brokers basically enter into agreements with farmers, and they are the ones who determine the price. So you find that there is severe price fluctuations. So for example, if you look at this chart, if you compare 2019, 2020, and the years that follow, the price fluctuates between 31.8 and then 24.8. It goes down, it goes up, it goes down. So there is a lot of there are a lot of fluctuations, and because of this price volatility, it discourages investment, and it also discourages market. It also discourages strong markets. Then we were also able to identify that there are severe post-harvest losses of 15 to 30%, which reflect infrastructure deficits and governance failures. Then less than 10% of output processed due to supply inconsistency. Now at this point, we're able to identify issues to do with inadequate raw materials. Processors are facing critical shortages in volume and quality suitable for processing. Then we also have limited cold chain, lack of access to cold storage facilities, which leads to rapid spoilage and inventory losses. Then high operational costs, which is now interfering with the ability of processors to essentially break into this market. And then issues of quality, significant variation in tuber size, undermining formal contracts, and reduces capacity utilization. So As a result, value addition potential and employment effects remain largely unrealized. Additionally, we were able to also establish that county priorities misaligned with ACTA reported constraints. We all know that agriculture is essentially devolved, but most of these counties, they focus so much on issues to do with input supply, seeds, things like that, fertilizers. But then now when you go across the value chain, there is no much investments in terms of aggregation, processing, things like that. So we were able to establish that county priorities are misaligned with ACTA reported constraints. Then we also have issues of extension. Counties don't have the capacity to offer extension services, which is also interfering in terms of quality and also growth of the sector. So this fragmentation imposes high transaction costs and limits job quality. How much time do I have?
Your time is already up.
Okay. So our recommendations is that it is important to address foundational constraints before scaling downstream interventions. Now, one of our priorities is to strengthen the certified seed system. That is by expanding production via public-private partnerships, implement county-level revolving seed schemes, and strengthen KEFI's inspection capacity to ensure quality. Then our second priority is to rebalance investment towards midstream. By midstream, I simply mean aggregation and processing, and finally towards the market, wholesale, yes. Then shift focus from input subsidies to functional aggregation centers and cold storage, ensuring public assets are embedded with commercial viability benchmarks. Then priority 3, enforce market governance standards. That is, ensure consistent enforcement of the 50 kg bag rule via digital reporting tools and establish trader registration system linked to compliance incentives. Yes, we also talked about the youth. Youth are normally involved in low-level areas, so we need to help the youth target higher value midstream roles in terms of aggregation, management, logistics, coordination, quality control, and seed enterprises. Finally, we have areas for further research. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stella and Lynette, for the presentation on Irish potato value chain. We have so far had 3 presentations. The first presentation by Dennis on cotton and textile value chain, trying to map out the value chain around textile and cotton. And similarly, we have also had a presentation by Kasti Mugo on enhancing supply chain efficiency for essential medicines and medical supplies in Kenya, that has highlighted also the legal framework surrounding the medical supplies value chain, as well as also generally mapping out players actors and activities within the supply value chain. And finally, our presentation by Stella and Lynette on enhancing Kenya's Irish potato value chains, which is trying to address policy gaps to boost productivity and also to enhance youth employment. So I think you have been listening to the presentation and the discussions, and I'm now informed that we can now share our comments or we can raise questions from our from the participants to the presenters. Hey, sorry for that confusion once again. Okay, let's have our last presenter, then we'll have the plenary session.
Thank you. My name is Makatiani Terence, and I'm working on the topic unlocking the poultry value chain potential for enhanced job creation in Kenya. Hello, kindly assist. Okay, that's the outline, and we go straight to the introduction. Okay, for the introduction, poultry is the major contributor it's one of the contributors of meat in Kenya. It contributes 30% of livestock GDP and 1% of the total GDP. It's reared approximately by 80% of smallholders farmer, and the population is estimated to be over 80 million birds, consisting predominantly of indigenous chicken, which is around 76%, and commercial broilers and also layers. So as you see that graph, we have the three types of poultry, whereby the indigenous one is the one above, rising above the 50% mark. As we look at the status of the poultry value chain across counties, we have the high potential counties, whereby when we talk about the counties which produce more chicken, we look at Kitui as the top ranking, followed by Migori and Homa Bay. Then for the types of the counties which layer layers, we look at Kiambu tops in the number, then followed by Murang'a and other counties in the eastern region. Then for the indigenous rearing counties, we look at Kitui, Migori, and Homa Bay among the dominating ones. So when you look at these figures, across the years, basically basing on the 2024 and 2025 figures, We look at the meat production for poultry, which has increased by 8.2%. We have the meat value also, which has increased from 68.6 billion to approximately 72.5 billion, which is a 5.7% increase. The per capita production of meat has also increased from 1.85 to 1.9. Egg production has increased from the 221 metric trays to 225. As you see across, the production has been increasing over the years. The policy context here, we've looked at the livestock master plan, where we have the 2023-2027, which has a roadmap for modernization, productivity, and commercialization, whereby the gap there is the implementation. Another one is the National Poultry Policy of 2013. The gap that we are having there is it's outdated, since it doesn't address the feed costs, the cold chain, and climate resilience. We have the STGS, which is for 2019 to 2029. Its broad focus is the major policy gap. It's not poultry specific in terms of interventions. And we have others like policy safety policy, which are unproposed, and animal welfare protection bill, which have not yet been passed. So issues in the poultry value chain, as we look at, there is high production. Go back. Okay, we have the high production and input costs, which has really affected the production of poultry, whereby when you look at Kenya, a case study of Migori, we have limited access to feeds which are of high cost due to our policy towards the GMO. So the Kenyan farmers as such in Migori, they import from Uganda at a lower price than Kenya. Then we have inadequate processing capacities, whereby we look at most of the chickens that we get, they don't go through the processing chain, and most of them are not slaughtered in the slaughterhouse. They are just done in households. We have market inefficiencies, whereby indigenous poultry concentration and price volatility of both eggs and poultry meat. And as we know, indigenous poultry does not produce a lot of income when it comes to production. So over 30% of poultry passes through the formal processing channel. So the objective one was to examine the value chain map of the poultry farming in Kenya. Number two was to assess the economic potential of Kenya's poultry value chain. And number three, the employability creation potential of the poultry value chain. And the methodology that we employed, we used the theories that we used the value chain theory, value chain analysis, looking at the gross margin OLS model, and also employed the CGE simulation to look at the ripple effect of the production of poultry. So when we look at the first objective mapping, here we took a glimpse view of how the production goes from input to output, whereby when we are looking at the constraints, when you look at the input supply, feeds, chicks, vaccine, and equipment were the major things that we got that were hindrance in the production. Then when you look at the production, we only have, most production of chicken is done for the indigenous chicken. Then processing, we have the slaughter, chilling, and packaging. So across this value chain, we looked that we need to gain, we need to strengthen it in all the value chains that we are having, not looking at specific parts, section of the value chain, both from input up to the markets. So when you look at the economic results on the marketed outputs, we look the R squared showing that it's significant, showing the coefficients which all of them were positive at the first differential. Then I will look at the gross margin analysis, the profitability between the three, broilers, indigenous, and improved indigenous. For the broilers, we look at that the break-even price for 100 birds is 896 shillings. For the indigenous chicken and improved indigenous, they showed a positive improvement when you have rearing 100 chicken, when you are rearing 100 chicken. So when we look at the CGE model assessing the employment creation potential, a 5% increase, we are looking at the period up to 2030. For this, the major thing, a 5% increase in poultry production generates economy-wide gains, but the strongest effects are concentrated in upstream input, supply, logistic, and machinery, whereby when you look at employment, the major sectors that we need to focus on are looking at the transport, storage, and also the processing of the poultry. In conclusion, the improved indigenous chicken provides the strongest smallholder profitability under the 100-bird analysis. The CGE results show poultry growth generates employment and value addition across the economy. The strongest spillover are input supplies, logistics, and support sectors, not only farming. And high feed costs, weak processing, limited extension, and fragmented coordination remain binding constraints. And for recommendation, we have for 3 sections where we have the national level interventions, whereby we encourage reduced feed costs and enforce feed quality standards. We support local producers through fair trade and low-cost inputs. When it comes to county level, we increase the level of extension services to poultry farmers, especially the youth and women groups. And for producer level strategies, improve farm management and farmer group marketing, promote value addition, and improve indigenous chicken production. Thank you.
Thank you, Teres. I'm being informed that we can take one more presentation. Anyone who is ready for the presentation, whether you are on the list or you are scheduled for presentation tomorrow, we can have one more presentation. Anyone who is ready? Yeah, just prepare and then do the presentation. Then after that presentation, that's when you are going to open it up for the plenary sessions. Then I'm also being informed that this is an announcement for tomorrow, that tomorrow we are all requested to be here, the teams that have presented, as well as also teams that are going to present tomorrow. This is because ED, as well as also the board chair and the guest of honor are going to be part of this plenary. They are going to be part of the presentation tomorrow, and so they'll sit in, listen, and also make comments from tomorrow. I think from morning hours, just after the main plenary session, we are requested to be here, all of us, for those who are presented today, and for those also who have been scheduled to present tomorrow. because the board, the ED, and the guests will be in the midst of our presentations tomorrow. Thank you.
And Joseph, you stick exactly to 10 minutes, please.
Yes. So, all right, so thank you very much, Honorable Victor. So, yeah, you want me to introduce the paper? So we are dealing with the avocado value chain for the purpose of promoting productivity, employment, for enhanced nutrition. Somebody told me that word enhanced, that we'll discuss about it. So, so the technical team, I think they are up to task. I think I will introduce the paper well because of the visuals. So,
chai hapa iko mpaka 6. Chai kuna mpaka hata ukiwa nje. Sawa dogo. Nimeona kuna template hata mnishare. Mimi nitaamka saa 8 usiku. Hizo vitu zenu zote niweze kuingiza. Ndio alishaisha.
Yes, thank you.
Wanataka hii pale. Imekuwa mingi zile. Ile ifanye ama inafanya.
Yes, God is good and all the time. So as you can see from your screens, we are up again. Yes, so let's proceed. Oh, well, this is magical. Oh, very good. Oh, excuse. Okay. So, it's moving. So we are dealing with the promotion of promoting productivity and competitiveness of avocado value chain for enhanced nutrition and employment in Kenya. And we are with my colleague Amos and Abuga here. So, as you can see, that is avocado and the products that comes from there. Globally, we have seen a surge and increase in avocado production to a tune of 10 million metric tons, and the demand has been driven by increased consumer preference and expanding industrial uses of the products. Something has happened again. Please. Yes. So, avocado has grown very fast, and in sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya is among the leading countries in terms of exporters of this product, with around 540,000 metric tons. And the sector has actually contributed to increased export earnings, rural incomes, employment creation. And as you can see from the statistics, Kenya is around number 3. As we can see in terms of the kgs per hectare, production of around 1622. And we look at from research and markets, it is projected that avocado will be bringing in around 26.71 billion USD by 2030 from 20.19 billion. So the fact that the avocado has been expanding rapidly, it has been exposed to structural weaknesses, whereby there is challenge to do with quality management, market coordination, and support systems. Smallholder farmers, who are the big contributors in terms of producing the products, have a lot of limited access to certified seedlings, extension services, among other challenges. At county level, we have seen disparities, which shows uneven participation and increased export standards and rising competition from the other countries from around that are competing Kenya. And so we're asking why yet this country, we are well placed in terms of agroecological. We are actually agroecological zone in terms of growing the product. And therefore the sustainability and competitive of these products remain uncertain despite this. So the main objective is, specific objectives include mapping avocado value chain in Kenya, looking at the activities and the actors in the sector to assess the economic potential of avocado value chain towards enhancing productivity, competitiveness, and employment, and the drivers of developing the value chain. So we are looking at the policy, legal, and registration framework, as well as the institutional framework that guide these products. So we have Vision 2030, ASTGS, as my colleague had already said, Crop Acts of 2013, a national horticulture policy. Also we have nutrition and food security policies. So in an institutional framework, there is also, we prioritize Ministry of Agriculture, a policy direction. We have AFA, that regulates horticulture marketing, KEFIS, that oversees certification, and KEPS, enforcing grading and food safety standards. County governments are also there, and private sector cooperatives. The theoretical framework is from production theory, competitive advantage theory, global value chain theory. These theories have also been discussed before by our colleagues. And the selected empirical studies, as you can see, they focus on productivity, competitiveness, employment, market participation, value chain upgrading, as indicated there. And they support productivity analysis, support competitiveness analysis, and support job quality analysis, respectively. So we used a mixed methods value chain approach, where combined data, combined descriptive analysis, value chain mapping, and desktop review. We further selected purposefully Kiambu and Nakuru counties, and for the fact that Kiambu is a mature export-oriented production zone, as well as, on the other hand, Nakuru is an emerging commercialization and logistic hub. So those were the reasons why we selected those areas. So we have farmers, aggregators, exporters, traders, transporters, and policymakers who are among those sampled. And the secondary data was obtained from KNBS and FAO-STAT and KIPRA reports. So descriptive statistics were used in profiling actors and mapping value chain, constructed productivity index, a competitiveness index for the purpose of doing comparison, and we applied trend analysis on production yields, prices, and exports. Also now, on the results, producer dominance, confirming a smallholder-led structure, because from the literature, most of these the product is produced largely by smallholders, and that is what we managed to confirm. We have midstream actors. We confirmed that they are present, and which indicated commercial and export orientation. We have aggregators. There were few, and that implication is the weak market coordination and framework fragmented linkages. We saw in terms of gender, women were largely concentrated, while male were dominated in logistics and nodes, logistics or trade nodes. Adoption rates show high use of grafted seedlings, but low post-harvest training and cold chain access. As you can see, that is how it was moving. Avocado producer or pack houses. We have processing markets at the level 2, national product market, exports, and direct sales. And direct sales, they can come to informal, or they can produce the products. And the main producing companies from national produce markets, they go to wholesalers, retailers, and consumers. On productivity, Kiambu, in terms of the productivity index, it was around 0.68 to 0.54. Therefore, Kiambu was outperforming Nakuru. And then competitive index similarly favored Kiambu, whereby it recorded 0.71 compared to 0.57. So in terms of ranking, wheel cold chain infrastructure and high certification costs were most severe constraints. And moderate constraints included limited aggregation, market information gaps, and regulatory variability. Therefore, this implied that competitiveness was system-driven rather than yield-driven. And job creation, employment was largely concentrated on production, mainly as family and casual labors. And job quality improved downstream along the value chain. Furthermore, transport or logistics generated moderate quality youth employment, and pack house or export segment provide formal and semi-skilled jobs with high stability, whereas processing and byproduct activities remain largely untapped. So that is what was coming out. On recommendation, county governments may establish aggregation and collection centers in the next around 2 years is possible, short term, to improve farmer coordination and reduce transaction costs. We also have national and county governments may expand cold chain and pack house infrastructure in emerging avocado hubs short term. And then also Ministry of Agriculture may roll out small order certification program, because we saw those ones coming out as a major problem or hindrance, as a moderate constraint. And so this will improve export compliance and inclusion, and this is short term. Also, public-private partnerships, which is very important, because as we were moving around, we saw some of the farmers who have come out themselves. They were coming up with cooperatives whereby they collect these avocados and put, have them aggregated together. So PPs therefore may support establishment of avocado processing and byproduct enterprises in a period of, say, 4 years to expand value chain, value addition, and formal employment. County governments may integrate avocado into nutritive sensitive agriculture and school feeding programs. And this could be short term to stimulate domestic demand and improve nutrition outcomes. So that is what we managed to do. So thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. We have had the 4 presentations. The last presentation talking on avocado value chain to enhance nutrition as well as also job creation. We have heard about the Irish potato value chain, the poultry value chain, medical supplies value chain, as well as also textile and cotton value chain. I think you have been attentively listening to the discussions, and now let's use this forum. We open the plenary session for questions to the presenters, as also comments to enrich and to enhance the presentation that we have had this afternoon. So I welcome the presentations.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Timothy. So I'm on the paper that was presented on the supply chain of in health
that is an area that I have published on. So I have 2, 3, 4 questions. Number one, when you are talking about efficiency, how are you measuring efficiency in that particular paper? Are you measuring efficiency in terms of fill rate? Are you measuring efficiency in terms of stockouts, or are you measuring efficiency in terms of timeliness, whereby we are looking at tracking the medicine from the point of inventory to the point of delivery? That is timeliness. So we want to understand how you're measuring efficiency of the supply chain in terms of the essential medicines. Also, when we are talking about these essential HPTs, that is the health products and technologies, which exactly essential health products are you looking at, and in relation to which particular diseases? Because when you talk about these essential HPTs, we have diseases like the NTDs, the non-communicable diseases. So we want to understand, we are looking at these HPTs in terms of what? Lastly, the supply chain is an entire process. It is a seamless process that occurs all the way from inventory to distribution to warehousing. It has forecasting and for quantification. So you cannot look at the entire supply chain, because your objective must be smart. It must be specific. So when you are looking at the supply chain, which node of the supply chain are you looking at? And lastly, when you are talking about the data systems, in Kenya we have the ICHES, we have the KHS, and we have the ILMS. That is the Electronic Community Health Information System. We have the Kenya Health Information System, that is at the facility level. And at KEMSA, that is the Central Management Systems, we have what we call Integrated Logistics Management System, that is ILMS. So what is the level of integration and interoperability of these systems? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comment?
Thank you, Chair. And I want to commend the last presenter on avocado value chain. So I have 2 concerns. One is that from your results, I was not able to see all the indicators. I mean, I wish from the display we could be able to see the tables so that we see the interaction of those variables. It is something that you should be able to include. I know maybe it is somewhere in your paper, but for you to make, for us to see the interaction of those variables, then I think it's important to include them. Then you also mentioned that you are limited to Kiambu and Nakuru, and it is because they are the commercial hubs. Like maybe you mentioned Nakuru, since it's an emerging city, right? So then my question is, from the HCD datasets that AFA produces, I think it's an annual production report that they produce. The question is, how do you rank the 2 counties in terms of production? Where is other counties like Embu? Because I know that and also Murang'a, they do very well when it comes to ash avocados. So I don't know whether you also considered their production as part of the rankings for you to conclude the 2 as commercial hubs. Then finally, you talked about job creation at the upstream level, where we have it mostly the concentration is on casual jobs. Then my question is, are we transitioning to better jobs? Because now, even when you talk about job creation, our youth are now, it's the smart jobs that we want. It's not all about the casual jobs, because I know we cannot conclusively say that the casual jobs are better jobs that we want to promote in our country. So then, can we say that in the downstream, as we move along the value chains, we are able to see smart jobs? Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, the presenters, for the wonderful presentation. I think it's 4 papers. And I would like to build up on the comments that I made in the morning. Starting with the avocado value chain, I agree with what Kalo was saying. We need to see how you create those index and which data set do you use. Is it the secondary data? And if it is the primary data that you collected, then which indicators inform the index that you're creating? And I think you can look at even more indexes. There's the social inclusion index. You can check the enabling environment. You can check even an aggregation index, the processing index, so that you know which node across the value chain is losing the value. And that's how you know how you lose value across the value chain. Secondly, it's on the research ethic. While we were presenting, you find that most of the researchers were saying, we interviewed so-and-so, and basically you're exposing the respondents. So we need to find a way on how to take this data, make it anonymous, such that no one can trace back to the respondent. For instance, the one who was saying we have 3 spinners and they interviewed one in this country, in this county, basically you can get it. So can we look at the research ethic around that area, so much so that we cannot trace respondents? The qualitative data that we get, even without softwares, you can always do them, you can always transform them into percentages or data. Can they speak into the findings? Another thing is basically the nodes that we have. You find that probably we are still confusing between the nodes and the activities that happen in the nodes. For instance, saying that technology is a node and input sourcing is a node. Technology is what we need for this input. So we can go back to the manuals and look so that we don't confuse. Transport on its own, it's a node. Aggregation on its own, it's a node. And what happens in aggregation? What happens in processing? What happens in these value chains? And what are the enablers? Mostly the enablers are the macro space, like the infrastructure, policies, now the transport, communication, and so on and so forth. Those are the enablers of the value chain, which normally cuts across. So even while we are presenting the nodes, while we are presenting what is happening, it is important to understand what happened across each node, from input sourcing to consumption. And consumption could be either locally and exports. Most of us have presented also on the numbers. We spend this much to get this much. Can we put it also in a table so that even when an investor wants to come into that value chain, they can know the return on interest? Because you have the figures, but basically just put it in a table so much, such that someone can follow as part of your findings and present it properly. Yeah, so that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take this one, then we can have the reactions from the presenters.
Thank you for wonderful presentation. If you ask me about the papers, they are high quality papers because they are talking about the value chains, which is the cornerstone of our economy. However, I don't have particular comments, but the comments cuts across. For example, when we are talking about, I take example of the enhancing supply chain efficiency on essential medicine and medicine supply in Kenya. You know, what is the value proposition for this paper, right? You talked what is the problem. When you talk about the problem, we are talking about, you look at the outcome, right? If we have X affecting Y, the problem always comes from the Y, right? We are talking about efficiency. Do you have a threshold? Because when I look at the paper, when you are presenting, actually you talked about already there's a problem in terms of efficiency. We understand about it. So you are again going to do the same, looking at the inefficiency. What is the value proposition where are we in the threshold and what do we want to achieve? And I looked at, when you are talking about the problem, is it affordability? Because you mentioned about the same. So you have to be very clear on what you are looking at. And on unlocking potential of value chain, potential in job creation, I don't know, somebody in poultry, somebody talked about that percent of the total in livestock to GDP. Is poultry part of the livestock? I don't know. Then I talk about the paper that was presented last on the avocado value chain. I looked at it, it is two papers, because we are talking about productivity, you are talking about competitiveness, you are talking about job creation, right? I thought this is a well-length kind of paper. You concentrate on job creation or something so that we can give informed policy recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much to all the authors and also all the presenters for the good job you've done. And thank you also to the discussants who have shared their comments. So I think for me, just 2 comments, but these comments are not specific to any paper, but they apply to all the papers that have been presented. So the first one is the issue of the originality of the study. I think as Dr. Mogeni, as Dr. Mogeni says, these are very good research papers. These are very good policy, these are good papers that can lead to policy advice. And I believe most of these studies, I believe they are being done for the first time, if I'm not wrong. So I believe all these studies should be original studies in my view. So I think in all your papers, try to include something to indicate originality, like an originality statement that this is an original study, on value chains. But if it is not an original study, then you can indicate that it is a study that is building up on maybe another study that you came across, or a study that supported you in the work. Then the second comment is the issue of, I think all the papers that are being presented, I've not had any paper mentioning limitations of the study. Yet that is a very critical issue to always mention in your study. So please, if you don't have a section, many people fear mentioning limitations of the study because they feel like now the study will be cancelled. But usually it is not that way. It just shows that you are a very honest researcher. So you are trying to show that as much as we've tried to do our very best in this study, but these are the limitations that the study went through. So you know why that is important. Future researchers will pick up from where you've left, and they would really wish to know what challenges maybe did you go through, and they can even now help to come up with ways of addressing those challenges, so that in future studies should not have maybe the challenges that you as an author you have experienced. So kindly indicate if there were, for example, data limitations, mention it clearly in your study that the study did not get relevant data. So you know why that is important. Someone from KNBS will read your study, or someone from Ministry of Agriculture will read your study, and when they see that you've indicated there was data limitations, then that should be a call to action for them, Yeah, and what I strongly believe from my experience with value chains, there is very little data on value chains. Yeah, I think this conference, not just this technical session, this conference, and this one I would like the rapporteurs to kindly take note of it very, very well. I think one thing that this conference will really benefit from is KNBS needs also to have a system of generating data on value chains, because I'm sure all the authors in all these papers, they just used some little primary data where they could get some data, yeah. But I think we really need a research or statistics on value chains so that we are able to map how value is being allocated or distributed along the value chain. And therefore, once we know how value is being generated along the value chain, it will help us to come up with very good policy recommendations. So I think data is a key limitation that we need to ensure as a country we have proper data on value chains. Yeah. Otherwise, thank you and keep up the good work. And don't forget to acknowledge the mentors. I know all of you had mentors, so don't forget to acknowledge the mentors who guided you in your studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Neto. Let's get some reactions from the presenters.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all for the positive comments that you have been given. There's a question directly presented to me. The contribution of poultry to livestock GDP. When you look at the livestock GDP, it's a combination of dairy production, beef, poultry, camel, pig, and other livestock products. So poultry produces 30% of the GDP of livestock. Yeah, it's part of the livestock, yeah. Thank you.
Casti, you want to respond something?
Okay. Yes, thank you for the constructive feedbacks. And I want to begin by appreciating the comment on having those components, especially used in computing those indices, because I think we wanted to see them in the presentation, or they are in the main document, because we have 4 components for the ones which are computing PI, that is productivity index, and around 5 for CI. Yeah, so when I will revise my slides so that I'll have those components. And then again, on the issue of interaction, I want to believe you were mentioning about the issue of econometrics, the issue of regressions, right? Yeah, to see the effect of this on this. Huh? Yeah, so sometimes when we were collecting primary data, especially on that particular objective, we may have relied on the data from the key informants, and so we may have qualitatively computed that, and therefore we may have had a challenge in terms of doing those regressions. The issue of job creation, yeah. On the issue on how they are supposed to go downstream and whether we are going to have better jobs, I think one of the recommendations is to have the PP, the public-private partnerships, so that together with the government, they will be able to, design a better approach on how that node is going to be improved, because that is the agenda of the government, to offer decent jobs to the young people. So that's how I look at it. And then the issue of research ethicals, that was general, fine. It's important again to mention. And indicators, I've talked about that one, whether they are there. Yes, they are in the main paper. Yeah, thank you, Professor Evans. Yeah, I'm not so sure whether it is broad or not broad. It depends. If we are able to manage it, why not? So thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm reminded there is that aspect on why is these counties, and yet we have Murang'a. Yes, we have around 6 counties, including Meru, Empu, that are coming out. And sometimes there is something we talk about rural counties, urban counties, without necessarily saying it, but we know something like that, right? We not say it loudly, but if you ask your county, you may say it's a rural county, although we don't have something like that. So we were, because of this aspect of fragmentation, and we purposefully, that's why we said our sampling approach was purposive, so that we may pick those 2 aspects which we wanted to look at. And that is why. But in our background, we have been able to mention those other counties, including the trends and the statistics. The graphs are there to show how they are performing. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you all of you for the comments. In terms of the general comments on the limitations of the study and the originality statement, we will maybe take into account as I speak on behalf of all the value chains. In terms of, thank you Ms. Zainabu for the comments on the data integrity, maybe the alignment of the value chain nodes to the handbook, as well as capturing the value in a table so that it is easy for the stakeholders to maybe try and capture and look at the value, and we will incorporate them in our study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the feedback. It will go along helping us improve the paper. Yeah, about the threshold or the norms that are used to measure the efficiency. Thank you for identifying that gap in our paper. We've been trying to look at the various indicators, including the order fill rates, stock out rates, the timeliness when it comes to logistic management information reporting, and get to know what are the norms, although what are the thresholds, and the actual figures that we are having, so that we are able to identify those gaps, to be able to bring out the inefficiencies. So that is work in progress, and thank you so much for highlighting that. Yeah, then about which health products and technologies we are talking about. Given that the health products and technologies are wide, we decided to just focus on the essential medicines and medical supplies, which is just a part of the HPTs. So our study, the scope is the essential medicines and medical supplies. Yeah, in terms of efficiency, we are looking at the 3 domains, just as I explained: the operational efficiency, financial efficiency, and service delivery efficiency, whereby each of them is being measured by the various key indicators. And to my colleague, I'm very glad to hear that you've done some studies on the same. I would be glad you share with me so that I'm able to check out what I can borrow and improve my paper. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Casti. Do you have any other reaction from the presenters or also from the audience, from the plenary? Yeah, thank you. I think I can reserve my comments for tomorrow's presentation, and I think I can see it's 6:30, and we have really enjoyed the presentation and the discussion revolving around value chains, and I've liked the paper, the quality of the paper, as well as the quality of the interactions from the presenters, as well as also from the plenary, and we hope that these papers are going to be improved to a Kipra level of standards, and I know they are going to have an impact in the to our key stakeholders, both at the government level as well as also at the county level. So, if we don't have any question, I think we can call it a wrap for today's session, and we look forward to meet here tomorrow again based on our timetable to wind up on the remaining sections of presentations. So let's ensure that we keep time and we go through our papers clearly, and in the plenary we also urge ourselves that we also be able to provide comments to our colleagues to enhance the quality and improve the papers. So I don't have any other something to add, unless maybe our coordinator, if you want to say something, then you can close the sessions for us.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. So I also want to join today's chair to thank all of you for showing up. It was quite a busy day, but I want to commend all of you. And of course, we look forward that tomorrow we will also be able to join. Also tell a friend to tell a friend, so that we can always have quorum and make this presentation more insightful and value-add. Then I was with Edie. She promised to join us tomorrow for this presentation. So please, I urge you all to join here. Also, the body chair will be here. So let's make it more interactive. And for those who presented today, for those who will present tomorrow and even the day after, I urge all of you to be here so that we can support our colleagues and improve the value of this work. Otherwise, thank you very much. I wish you a nice evening. And have a nice rest as we meet, God willing. Thank you. Maybe can someone give us a word of prayer? Volunteer, please. Okay.
Let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for the deliberations of the day. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your protection. Even as we depart, may you be with us. In Jesus' name we pray.